It appeared again if we want to dismiss that.
Andrew?
Or Dan, if you could dismiss that.
All right, we are go for lunch.
But you did a good job.
Okay, good evening and welcome to the March 27th, 2024 meeting of the Henrietta Town Board. I'd like to call the meeting to order. Please call the roll.
Councilmember Page,
Here.
Councilmember Belanca,
Here.
Councilmember Barley,
Here.
Councilmember Stafford,
Here.
Supervisor Schultz.
Here. We'll begin the meeting with a silent prayer followed by the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Full house.
Can I get a motion to approve the minutes?
Mr. Supervisor, I'd like to make a motion to approve the minutes of the preceding meeting held on March 7th, 2024.
Seconded. Any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, please call the roll.
Councilmember Page,
Aye.
Councilmember Belanca,
Aye.
Councilmember Barley,
Aye.
Councilmember Stafford.
Aye.
Supervisor Schultz.
Aye. As there's a large crowd and I suspect I know which public hearing that's going to be at, I'm going to change the order slightly to try to get the folks who are here for the simpler special use permits out of here. That'll also free up some seats for people who are out in the crowd. So first up, I'll note that special use permit application number 2024-006, True Care Connections, 201 Scottsville West Henrietta Road. That special public hearing is being canceled as no special use permit is necessary per Town Code 295-30, subsection D, paragraph 3. The Town Code that was created decades ago for the planned unit development is a bit of spaghetti code. So unfortunately they missed, there's a section, specifically 30D3, that expressly allows community centers in the planned unit development. So if you're here to talk about that one, you're welcome to say something, but again, they don't need a special use permit. So next up, I have a special use permit application number 2024-007 and 008, Town Place Suites by Marriott, Indus Hospitality Group, Kenneth Drive, to allow for the development of a 4-story extended stay hotel, 2024-007, and allow a building height of 55 feet, 2024-008. I will note that this application had previously been approved. Unfortunately, they allowed their permit to expire, and so they have to reapply. During, as I understand it, the redesign of the building, because of the materials they are using, each of the floor decks got a little broader, therefore it's now 55 feet instead of 53, 52, I think.
That is correct. Yep.
Okay, why don't you introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about the project?
Great. My name is Rebecca Spur. I'm with BME Associates. So here tonight representing Indus Hospitality Group. They're the owner, well, will be owner of the hotel, and they're the owner of the property and developer. So yeah, we're requesting 2 special permits that have expired and they were approved by the board in 2022. One is for the hotel use itself within the industrial district, and then the other is for the building height of 55 feet, where 52 feet was approved before. So yeah, the developer has been working with the architect to finalize those building permit plans, and thus the finalized plans got a little higher than the prototype that we originally came in with. But mainly just the parapet, height there that changed. And so last week we went to the planning board. We did receive planning board, site plan approval extension as well as a modification for that building height. So we discussed that with them. We've received, some town and county comments that we provided to the board responses for, nothing out of the ordinary there. And, the developer is looking to start construction. They've chosen a contractor and they're ready to get started in the spring. So building permits and site plan signatures, forthcoming.
And I really didn't notice much change other than the height because of the floor decks. Is there
Correct.
anything else?
Colors are the same, color schemes are the same. Yeah, it's really just kind of where you see Marriott or Town Place Suites that got a little higher.
Gotcha. Well, I don't have any other questions. Other board members?
I just noticed that the fire marshal had a comment about the entrance, you know that?
Yes, we did see those, and we have a meeting set up with him to kind of finalize those with him and the architect and get all that situated.
Thank you.
Yep.
Yeah, I received a call from the chief too, and about this, lots of panels in the front of the building. When you say you're going to meet with them, does that mean you're willing to move the panels? or-
Yes, yep. So they're originally in the front and we actually showed our fire access road along the north side. So there's two entrances to the hotel. So we showed the access road and the fire department connection along the north side. But and the panels could be there, but it sounds like he wants the panels along the south side. So we maybe need to widen our access drive on the south. But
Yes, from what I
So we'd have
understand, they're
to-
always in the front. They're usually in the front of the building and not in the back, and that's his concern.
Right.
So, okay. Was that 4 floors to be?
Yes.
50? So if you reduced it to 3 floors, you'd still be over the town limit, right?
correct, but the town is 40 feet.
Right.
In height,
So if you reduced it even 1 floor. So.
correct.
Okay.
I just
Yeah.
note that because it had previously been approved.
Right.
That it's,
Wasn't approved, yeah,
Right.
by us or by me at least.
in terms of, I'm just looking, I want to pull up that, resolution. Do we want to add a condition to the resolution that, the fire panel be,
To the front of the building?
well, I don't want to say that. I want to be, positioned upon approval of the fire marshal and fire chief.
That makes
Right,
sense.
but I don't want to dictate to them where, if they decide it should go somewhere else.
Right.
They won't get a C of O unless they place them where they want them. fire
Understand, I
marshal wants
just
them,
didn't know
yeah.
if we,
That, I would think, yeah.
We can leave it to their approval.
okay.
So as far as safety, will there be a sprinkler system on the
Correct.
premises?
Yes,
How many rooms will it be?
I believe it's at 80. $89.
Okay. Last question I have is, if approved, when would they break ground? Do they have a time to break ground if it's approved?
They're hoping this spring, so what, March. They don't have an exact date, but within the next couple,
But they're not gonna let this expire again.
no.
Okay. All right. no
That's
other
the goal. That's the goal at least.
questions? Okay. No other questions.
So are we then good with the fact that they won't get a, C of O and even a building permit? Do we need to modify the special use permit? Okay,
They won't give them a C of O unless they put those panels where they want.
okay,
Correct.
okay, I'm good with that. Anything else?
Just besides, I'd like to see it 3 stories. I know they already approved it. The last board
Approved
already
for
approved.
higher than what it is.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but that's not us or me.
Okay,
You got the second.
it has you down, Rob, as the person to make a motion.
You want me to make the motion now?
Yeah.
You want to close the public hearing and just,
Yeah, I get, good point. Okay, actually, let me ask, are there any questions or comments from the public? Okay, hearing and seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing for special use permit application numbers 2024-007 and 008. Go ahead.
Supervisor Schultz and fellow board members, I have resolution 7-117, 2014 to approve the special use permit numbers 2004-07/08 to allow the development of a four-story extended stay hotel with the increased maximum building height of 55 feet.
Seconded.
Also noted that the fire chief has to approve where the panels are for safety reasons.
So again, so you want to add that as a fourth condition?
Sure.
Okay. Okay. So the three conditions, three were already on there. The project shall be constructed and operated as a hotel. 2, the applicant agrees to construct the buildings in accordance with the town's draft design guidelines to meet to the maximum extent feasible. 3, the project shall be developed and operated consistent with the site plans most recently submitted, subject to the conditions imposed at the March 19th, 2024 planning board meeting. And then 4, that the location of the fire, is it access panel? What's it called?
The fire, access
panel?
panel, control panel, thank you.
That the location of the fire control panel will be installed at a location approved by the fire marshal.
That sounds good.
Okay. Any further comments or questions? And hearing and seeing none, please call the roll.
Councilmember Page,
Aye.
Councilmember Belanca,
Aye.
Councilmember Barley,
Aye.
Councilmember Stafford.
No.
Supervisor Schultz.
Aye. Congratulations. You'll get your notification and renewals. And I guess that's it. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
I had it early.
Next up, we have special use permit application number 2024-009. Starbucks, 1012 Lehigh Station Road, to construct and operate a restaurant with sit-down and takeout service, outdoor seating, and a drive-through. Please introduce yourself and describe the project.
Good evening, I'm Matt Tomlinson, Marathon Engineering. Got several members of my team as well as ownership here with me tonight as well. We're actually talking about the parcel immediately or within the same development as what you just heard being the hotel. This is immediately adjacent to the Taco Bell fronting on Lehigh Station Road at the address is 1012 Lehigh Station Road. Access to the site will be off the common driveway off Kenneth. There's no proposed access out to Lehigh Station. As referenced, we are looking to put a Starbucks on this parcel as part of the preliminary overall approvals that were done on this parcel a couple years ago when Taco Bell was approved. There was a proposed fast food restaurant on this parcel, so it was kind of slated for that. The analysis that was done by the various boards at that time contemplated traffic, utilities, all those kind of things. So it's really been set up for this. We're just under an acre in size. We've reviewed the project with town staff and made application concurrent for this special permit as well as for site plan approval for the planning board, which we'll be going to in a couple of weeks if we're successful here tonight. The site plan is up on the screen, as you can see, and provides adequate queuing to ensure no backup or impact to traffic circulation. There's no variances that have been identified as part of this development. It meets all the code. And with the exception of the restaurant and drive-through use and outdoor seating that we're here to ask for tonight, it's consistent with all other Starbucks that I know this board has seen within the town as well. The building, I think there's a couple graphics within the package showing the elevation of the building. It's consistent with other Starbucks, but they have made some tweaks relative to the pallets that they're using, but similar brick, accent colors, those kind of things. It's an attractive building that kind of points the patio out towards the front or Lehigh Station Road And we think it'll be a great asset to that location. It's our understanding Starbucks has been looking kind of in this corner proximate to the off ramps for the thruway and Lehigh Station area as an area that they don't have coverage currently. So they're excited to be here as well. So with that, I'll open it up to any questions the board may have.
I'll just say I wasn't aware they had areas without coverage or multiple coverage. Granted, I'm not a.
The circles must be getting smaller.
That's right. I'm not a coffee drinker, so I don't know. Yeah, so I mean, as you mentioned, this was always contemplated to be a restaurant. Originally, it was supposed to be a Burger King. They decided, for whatever reason, to move in between Wendy's and McDonald's. And so this site became available. So I really don't see any issues with this. If anybody else has any comments, issues, I think this one's fairly straightforward.
Just a question that they plan on, Starbucks plans on, obeying all, town and state and federal law.
That is my understanding, yes.
Okay.
There were 4 or 5 issues that the fire marshal had before you go to the planning board. One of them was there was no fire hydrants on the property. And there's some other issues with the width of the lanes, turning ability for their ladder truck and that. So have you seen those?
We have seen the comments. We're confident we can work through those with the fire
I
marshal.
just wanted to make
as part
sure
of
you
site
knew
plan.
about them before you went to planning.
Yes,
board.
thank you.
Thank you.
Yep.
The, for signage. I'm just looking at photo. There's something on the front, and then there's a little something on the back. Right? For the drive-through, okay.
Yeah, I know they're very familiar with the
Yeah.
process with
Right.
getting the signage.
Yeah.
and
Okay.
If they're gonna need,
Yep. I don't have
it
any
doesn't
other
look like
questions.
they need a variance based off of the signage that I
Right.
see on it. But I'm not the signage expert. Okay, any questions from the public? Comments? Then hearing and seeing none, I'm gonna close the public hearing for special use permit application number 2024-009, Starbucks. Can I get a resolution?
Mr. Supervisor and fellow board members, I have resolution number 7-118, 2024. To adopt the secret determination, issue a negative declaration and approve special use permit application number 2024-009 for a Starbucks coffee shop by 1012 Lehigh LLC for a new restaurant at 1012 Lehigh Station Road.
Second. So we have it down again for sit down, takeout, meal service, outdoor seating and drive-through service. No alcohol, right?
Not that I'm aware of.
Might make that coffee a little more interesting.
Did you get it? No.
Okay, any further comments? Hearing and seeing none, please call the roll.
Councilmember Page,
Aye.
Councilmember Blanca,
Aye.
Councilmember Barley,
Aye.
Councilmember Stafford,
Aye.
Supervisor Schultz.
Aye.
Okay.
I
Thank
do
you very
have
much.
one
Very much.
question. Excuse me, I have one question. Any other planned Starbucks in our area? I mean, we just got one approved to go into the mall area, off Jefferson Road, East Union Road also.
Not that I'm aware of. We're representing the landowner and
Okay.
landlord, so
All right.
I'm not aware of any other plans in the immediate area.
All right, thanks.
Yeah.
It seems like they've got the major corners.
Yeah, they got everything covered.
They just don't, they have one
Yeah,
going on.
thanks a lot.
South Clinton and Brighton also.
Right.
Yeah.
I will say they all do seem to be heavily attended.
Steve,
You get to his
had
resume.
it earlier today and it's gone again.
Next up, I have special use permit application number 2024-010, Heritage Structures LLC, East Henrietta Road, to utilize the lot to display and sell sheds. Please come on up. Please introduce yourself and describe what you're looking to do.
Okay, I'm Kurt Workington. I work for Heritage Structures. We build and sell storage sheds, and we're looking for another location to do that. The plan you have is probably not correct. I drew it up and I tried to draw up something more. We haven't got an architect to do our drawing yet.
Yeah, so I mean, I have noted on my thing, I'm not planning to take action because the plan that was sent in, like where some of the shed storage was, it's really steep and filled with trees, so
Yes.
that's obviously not feasible.
I
So,
walked the property today.
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, so if you could get us an updated plan, my plan is just to keep the special use permit open for the next meeting, if you think you can get us updated in time, drawings in time. And just if you want to meet with us to discuss what you're looking to do to get some guidance essentially on how to minimize the impact to the houses to the east, as well as there's a historic barn to the south, is how to lay it out so as to minimize impacts and I'll say improve your chances of approval.
Sure.
You can reach out to my administrative assistant. You can either call at 359-7001, or you can email me at supervisor@henrietta.org and I'll have her set up a meeting. Okay. Did you have any questions or anything?
That's how we kind of figured it would go.
Yep.
That's-
So is this going to be mostly a sales floor? Or are you going to be like assembling sheds here or
No
building?
assembly, just we'll deliver them there, all completed and sell.
Gotcha. Okay. So
few
more
displays.
a showroom, so to speak.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Is there anyone in the public who has any questions or comments for this application? Okay, hearing and seeing none. Well, anything from the town board? Do you have any other questions?
We're gonna put it on,
It's going to be on for the 17th.
yeah, okay.
Have you ran this kind of business before anywhere else?
Yeah, we have about 20 different lots spread out through New York, but I am kind of ignorant. It's my first time at trying to run the permit
Okay,
aspect of it. So yes, excuse me.
no
It's
problem.
not a problem.
It's not.
Where's the closest one to us?
Parma would have one
Parma. Okay.
and Branchport.
All right, thank
Great.
you.
Thanks.
Okay, then hearing and seeing no further comments, I am going to close this session of the special use permit public hearing for special use permit application 2024-010, but keep keep it open for the meeting on the 17th. If you can't, if you don't think you're going to have something ready for then, let us know. Preferably, we need it. Becky, is it 10 days? What date do we need the updates by?
Let's see, the next meeting's on the 17th. We'd probably want to receive those by the 10th or the 11th. So we
Okay.
can have them for staff meeting.
I'll give it my best shot.
Okay,
Yep.
if you can't, just let us know and we can push it out to
Yep.
the following meeting.
Perfect.
Okay?
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I'm going to do the public hearing for the proposed establishment of extension number 227 to the Henrietta Sewer District number 1 for 1740 through 1812 and 1850 through 1928 Lehigh Station Road. So this is phase 2 of the sewer project we've been putting in there. Those houses have never had sewer. It's always been cost prohibitive to add it for them with the creation of a district because the high school is across the street. So essentially, normally you get people on both sides of the street contributing towards the sewer. But we were able to get community development block grant funds and other grant funds to bring the cost down to where it was cost effective to do this. So any questions, comments? Comment up.
Some of this is being paid for by grants. How is the rest of it going to be paid for with the difference?
Sewer fund balance.
Was it?
Sewer fund balance. So basically, sewer fund balance in excess of contingency.
So it has nothing to do with taxes?
Nope.
Okay.
A lot of it was actually also going to be paid for by sewer district fees. So essentially, the folks who live there will be paying. It was on average, it was around $200. On average, about $200 per property, that goes to pay back the cost of, building this. Any other questions? Then hearing and seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing for the proposed establishment of extension number 227. Next, I am going to go to special use permit application number 2023-024 and 045. West Sunset Development LLC, West Henrietta Road, to construct a senior housing development with 2 26-unit apartment buildings and 3 4-unit ranch-style apartment buildings with 8 units designed to accommodate the hearing impaired and to allow, so that's 024, and to allow a height of 40 feet, that's 045.
Good evening,
Welcome.
Mr. Supervisor, members of the board. My name is John Sharaba with Land Tech, representing the application this evening. The last time we were here was back in December, and that was the second time that we came to the town board regarding the special permit. I think the plan has come a long way. To date, we've lost a number of units. We've made substantial changes to the design, bringing the design more focused inward. We pushed the buildings closer to the center, leaving more room on the sides of the property, incorporated some elements for the hearing impaired public. And then I think the last time in December, we had some issues related to the style of the building. So we went back to Fahey Design and asked them if they could help us with the layout or the look of the building. So I think what Jim has come up with is a really nice plan. Came in, looking for that agricultural style. So we changed the roof line, added some gables and added some cupolas and tried to incorporate that. We provided the board that rendering. I'm not the architect, but I think it looks a lot better and more in style with what I think you're looking for. So we submitted those updated architecturals. Other than that, the concept plan remains the same. So we're hoping that the board agrees with the look of the building and with the application so that we could proceed to the planning board and move through the approval process with this project. So that's a brief overview of where we are right now.
Right. So I will note that, the developers were great, a lot of the changes were brought up by concerns from neighbors and residents. Some of it was to increase the buffering between the new project and the existing homes. Again, those changes were made. Some were also to change the orientation of the building, some to present it better. That helped close it down, bring the parking in closer, and again, provide good buffering to the neighboring properties. I agree. I think they did a really good job with the look of the buildings to match the architecture of that area. If you look at some of the older homes, this is more in that style. And then if you also go to like what it's called now, Howard's
Erie Station?
Erie Station. Thank you. Yes. You go to Erie Station, they have a lot more buildings. So some of them look like this. Some of them have more of a barn kind of look to them. But I think this works great. I do like the addition of the cupola. I think it does give it that extra little touch. So
I didn't mention it, but the design you see here with the roof lines and the color and the cupola will be incorporated with the ranch style buildings as well.
Great. We also appreciate the developer's willingness to make 2 of the 3 4-unit ranch ones fully accessible for the deaf and hard of hearing. As you imagine, we have a number of deaf and hard of hearing residents who are also moving into that retirement age and might want to, might be empty nesters wanting to give up their house and move into a place like West Sunset. So I don't really have anything else. Like I said, I think you guys pretty much have done every single thing we've asked for. So I think that's great. Anything?
Fine. I just had a couple questions. Yeah, on number 7 of the conditions, I would just, the way it's written, it says that the failure to adhere to these conditions, and I want any of these conditions. So
Correct.
there's no misconception that you had to I want any in there, any of these conditions.
Any issue with that?
One could say, one could, so. And then, so that's 64 units you're putting in there?
Yes, it is.
Oh,
26 units in each of the bigger buildings, and then we have 3, 4 unit buildings.
3, 4, okay. I was by there the other day. That's a lot of, I think that's a lot of units in that area. So. I don't think it also, with the single family homes right there, I don't believe it fits in with the area neighborhood. So.
Except that, again, it's rural residential and this is an allowed use.
Okay.
You say your name was John?
Yes, it is.
I heard right then. Sometimes my hearing's not too good, John.
I'm not either. I actually have an ear infection.
Oh,
So I'm a little
I hear
trouble.
that. How will this be affordable for seniors?
Well, I think, they are going to be like a higher level home, so they're not going to be subsidized in any way. But the philosophy is as people are aging and they have their existing residents that they're maintaining, maintenance, lawn mowing, things like that, this will be totally taken care of. So this campus will be maintained by staff, lawn mowing, they generally, a lot of people are decreasing the amount of vehicles they have. So this will be handicap accessible, full elevators. So I really can't speak to the price point too much, but I think as you decrease the amount of things you need in taxes, paying taxes, a mortgage,
Right.
I think this is suited for the older community, and I think we'll save them money in the long run.
Okay, thanks, John.
Yes.
Any other questions from the town board?
No, I agree that we've had several public hearings and you've addressed every single issue that's come up, both for the immediate neighbors and the people in the area. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Any questions, comments from the public? If you could step aside, so.
Just with regards to Mr. Stafford's comment, I'm just curious, before I just ask him that, is this area zoned for that? I'm assuming it must be.
It is.
I figured as much. So then to Mr. Stafford, I'd like to ask, what is the concern that you have about this development? I'm just wondering, when you said you don't want any of that included per se, quote unquote, what exactly is it that you object to? I'm just
When
wondering.
when I said any, there's one of the conditions in there that it says they have to live, they have to obey by these conditions, and there's like 7 of them. I want to make sure they know it's any of them that they have to obey by, not all 7.
Oh, not all 7.
Right.
So you're not objecting to to having it done. It's just the one condition or all the conditions out of
If
the
they
7.
disobey one of them, we can stop it. That's basically what I meant.
Okay, and which one of them is it that you're?
Well, any of them.
Oh, any one of them.
Any
Okay,
one of
I'm
them.
sorry, I misunderstood. Okay.
He was just trying to clarify to make it clear that it wasn't these conditions in aggregate, it was these conditions, any of them. And, yep, coming up.
My name is Mike Berardi,
Amy Berardi.
and we have the residence that is flagged in from the property. And we were here in December. We still feel that the changes that were made with the colors and the schemes are better. They are an improvement. And, from that standpoint, we do appreciate that, John, that was done. I still feel that this changes the character of the neighborhood and that there's single family homes that are in this area. And this is an area that's below Route 90. It's more rural. I understand that it is zoned for that, but it does change the character of the neighborhood. It's more of a business setting, more Lehigh Station and higher up above Route 90. From a safety standpoint, from a traffic study, is there going to be a traffic study done from New York State or town of Henrietta or?
Because it's a state route, that is totally up to the state DOT, not up to the town. It's up to them to determine what they require to give them essentially a curb cut, a driveway access. So I don't know whether they required any kind of traffic study. A lot of times they just want to see trip gen. It's what it's usually referred to. It basically just calculates based off of the number of units and the type of use. So in this case, senior housing, it generates what the typical number of vehicles put on the road. One of the reasons that the rural residential, it's senior apartments only, is because that does greatly change the traffic patterns. If you have folks who are retired, they're generally not leaving during the peak travel times, either the morning peak or the afternoon peak, because they're not trying to get to a job at a particular time. And if you had the option of picking a time when the roads are congested and when the roads are not congested, you're typically going to go when the roads are not congested. So that the traffic concerns is why it's senior housing is the only type of multifamily allowed south of the thruway. Yeah, like I said, John, do you know, did they require a trip, John, or did they just, because a lot of times they just look at it and say, this isn't going to be an issue?
I think excuse me, I think you're right, Supervisor. Hopefully, during the planning board process, if that's required, we will do one, but I believe it'll be just a trip gen. And the fact that it's under 100 units will probably be negligible if they need anything.
Yeah, like I said, the state DOT typically, they have a good feel for what their roads can handle. That, when you get down to that portion, it's they do not consider, like, to my knowledge, all those intersections are considered grade A. I don't think they see any congestion issues.
I understand. Just being the speed at 55 miles an hour coming out of our driveway, we see that as a safety concern and just want to make sure due diligence was done, from that standpoint.
And just so you know, we've asked that, well, maybe not even all the way down to yours, but we've even asked them to just lower it south of Martin Road, because you come around that blind curve, they would not lower it. Their attitude was it's 55 is the right speed limit. So they look at they do have crash data. They do have a bunch of stuff as far as, according to them, it's not an issue. But I know I personally would have preferred to see it stay 45, but
That makes sense.
I don't have the authority to overrule them.
There are two, special permits, for the use of it being apartments and then also the height. And just want to speak to the height again. 40 feet is, to my understanding, to the middle-ish of that roof. In other words, when we look at the drawing of that, 40 feet's not the very peak of that. Am I correct on that? So.
Yeah, so the way the stuff is measured in town, it's for a peaked roof, it's the midpoint of the peaked roof.
So just having that kind of height in a single family home neighborhood really changes the view and blocks views. It just doesn't really fit in. So if the project is approved for apartments, I'm hoping that 40-foot limit, 35-foot limit would be held. And that's why that rule was put into place in that area, is to keep it from being that 4-story hotel that's going up in Lehigh Station Road, right? And we don't want this turning into, that kind of height of 40 feet. So we would request that it be looked at 35. I would think there'd be ways of being able to maintain the number of apartments, although I agree that it is congested with that number of occupancy, but lower ceilings, maybe tighter between the floors, different ways to get that down to 35. I would appreciate if the board would take a hard look at keeping that height to 35.
So John, was this a sprinklered building?
Yes, it is.
Yeah. So one of the things you start to have is issues with the amount of plenum space and stuff I need to properly sprinkler the building and such. So I understand your concern. Again, there are other buildings of this height not far north from there in the Erie Station Village area.
With fire extinguisher or fire sprinklers, certainly agree with the necessity of having that in any apartments, especially senior apartments.
Right.
Is there a way to look into that, to have a sprinkler system that, you know, has a tighter setting of space? I mean, maybe there's, I don't know, I'm just trying to brainstorm. Has there
Right.
been any research done from the builder to still have it safe from a sprinkler system, but yet prevent it from adding height? So I would like to just throw that
But
out
one of the
there.
things we did ask them to do was early on is decrease the pitch of the roof. Because again, if you think about it, the steeper the pitch, then the higher there is above that midpoint. So they did bring the pitch down some from some of the original. Again, I don't, at this point, I'm not sure what else can be done in that regards, but we could certainly make the request, but
Yeah, I'm not sure it stops the project to be able to, you know, not have that second special use
Mhm.
approved, you know. If it's 35, I think the builder will find a way to hit 35. If it's a profitable deal, he'll figure out a way to get it down to 35, so.
Right.
Then in regards to the apartments going in and privacy, I do have some requests, and I could talk them out with John afterwards, in more detail, but just having a way to not have residents and the apartments travel over into the property. There is split rail fence along the roads. There is a split rail fence on the backside of our property to the building of Caitlin Trail and Derrick Drive area. So I guess I would request that a split rail fence be put in on the side and front of the property to prevent walking over. There are 13 pine trees that go between what would be the section near the pond with the two buildings and the hearing impaired. Those 13 pine trees, most of them sit on our property. Some of them, I believe, do sit on the property that would be this new building. My request is that all 13 of those pine trees would stay up. You know, there's no sense taking down the one or two, and that a split rail fence would be put on the pond side of those pine trees to prevent walking over, because you can walk through those pine trees.
so John, what do you have on the, because we do require that transitional buffers, vegetative screening and or fencing be provided.
Yeah.
I don't know what was approved by, it's ultimately as approved in the site plan process. What did they approve on that?
Yeah, we haven't entered into that process. Yes, Mr.
Okay.
Supervisor, we look forward to working with the planning board on a very significant landscape plan. I'll take the Berardi's concern into serious consideration regarding fencing and landscaping. You know, we understand that they're impacted the most by this project. I will keep the lines of communication open with the Berardi's. We've tried to reach out in the past. It hasn't been successful, but I look forward to, if we move past this spot, to go into the planning level where we can really talk, and
Right.
we don't want to impact them negatively as much as possible.
Yeah, so that request is a site plan issue, not a special use permit issue, but we do have it on here that the idea that they have to preserve the vegetative screening, fencing and buffers. But again, ultimately the approval is per the planning board. I know there's a planning board member here listening, and then our director of engineering and planning is also listening, so they will take those concerns, but that's ultimately where you should address that defense.
Understand. So as John mentioned, he did try to reach out, and we talked about that in December, and the reason why we didn't speak with them is because we're not in favor of the project. We feel that it shouldn't be going in at all. And if it does go in, it should remain at that 35 feet. I would just challenge the board, or ask the board to ask for that 35 feet and see what they come back with. I mean, I don't think the project stops. I think they figure out how to hit 35 feet. And then, am I hearing correctly as far as the fencing and arborvitae trees or that kind of thing? We would be working with John. If
And
if
specifically-
it gets approved, then we would.
It would go to,
then work with
right,
him.
either,
So-
well, again, so yes, the best bet as neighbors is to work with them and come up with something that works for both of you. Ultimately, the decision is at the planning board.
Okay.
But again, what's in here is one of the conditions is, as I said, it's that transitional buffers and vegetative screening and or fencing be provided consistent with the plans presented with the associated special use permit application with final approval from the planning board as part of the site plan process. And that any required buffer, screening, or fencing be maintained by the apartment complex. So we don't just want to put them in. Once it's in, we want it to be maintained. And that goes back to why, you know, if you know, one of the things that always comes up is, well, you know, we're a reputable business, we're gonna maintain it, all that. That's great. What happens when you sell it, right? So that's why we have that condition number 7 in there that talks about, it gives us a hammer to make sure if they let that go down, especially a future owner lets it go down, we can say, look, either you fix this or you're gonna lose your special use permit. So we understand the need to keep that buffer in there. So that's why those conditions are in there.
So it seems like it's covered in there then, that it could be fence and arborvitae's or trees.
Correct. And so again,
That'd be our preference, that'd be both. of
so
them.
what you're gonna wanna do is, as they develop their site plan for the planning board,
Mhm.
work with them, get it to where you're happy with it. And, you know, be there at that planning board to bring those concerns, or you can send them to Chris Martin, cmartin@henrietta.org. You can basically let him know your concerns, what you want to see, so that the planning board makes sure that the site plan addresses those concerns.
Does the conservation board have anything to do with this project?
I mean, they will make recommendations from a planting standpoint. That often gets more into the species, that's to make sure that they're survivable, because you don't want to plant these nice trees and then have them all dead within a year, right? So, and they look at, you know, erosion potential, that type of stuff. But, yeah, so the conservation board serves as an advisory board to the planning board, but the decision ultimately is the planning board. So that's really where you need to go.
Did have one additional question on the pitch, as far as like drainage goes. I believe it was the December meeting. If I heard correctly, the pitch was going to be towards the pond.
The grade you're talking about?
Grade, yeah, grade, yeah.
Yep.
And
And it basically, one of the other requirements is stormwater runoff from the site be collected and detained such that the amount of runoff that reaches adjacent properties be reduced by at least 30%. And that said, stormwater structures and grading be maintained such that the reduction is still achieved. So
would
again, we
they-
not only require them to reduce the stormwater that's currently hitting your property as compared to current, but that they don't allow those structures to fall into disrepair such that they're overflowing, or, you know, that the water's no longer going into the pond. So
in order to get that grade, John, do you know, would the property be built up at the roadside or in order to have it drain towards the pond? Because currently it seems like it's, and I'm not, no measurements have been done, but it just appears that it goes towards the road quite a bit.
It does. It looks, it's perception, a little bit, but most of it, it's about 80% of it does drain towards that pond. There is a little bit that drains towards the right of way. The state is really particular about that. They don't want us draining back into that right of way. So we are really, like the supervisor said, we're going to try to take as much as we can to bring it towards that pond. But before it hits the pond, it'll hit other stormwater management systems, bioretention areas and things like that.
So do you see the roadside being built up in height?
I don't see that, really. Again, conceptually, it's hard to talk about grades and stuff like that. And these are big, big rectangles. We don't want a lot of grade change through them. So I don't see it being raised any more than it is.
usually what happens if there's a drain going in that direction, they'll put catch basins along the edge, like a curb catch basins, and then they pipe it back to the pond. And again, that's part of that site plan process as well. But that's the typical thing, because like you said, the state is not a fan of people adding a bunch of water to their roadside drainage ditches.
There are some members of the board that were newer, just, can we pull up a picture just to show like the property lines and to show where we're at on that?
Yeah, I was gonna ask you, which, are you the north side, the south side, or the east
Yeah,
side?
go ahead. Yeah.
Oh.
Nice map.
Yeah.
Gotta get oriented here.
We're over here and, this is the road, obviously. Our driveway comes around.
Yep, I was there.
Neighbor here. So you can see from that standpoint, front of the house, front yard,
We're just
40-foot
getting
height.
view.
is gonna be quite high. So that's why I'm hoping that the 35 feet height that's been put in place for a reason gets held up and they figure out how to hit 35. Windows was my other question. Obviously, there's windows on the front and on the back. Is there a plan to have windows on the side? And if possible, maybe for a staircase or something to be there so there are not windows from a privacy angle back to the house?
Do you know that answer? Are there windows
So,
on the side?
So on the sides, the end facing your house is the garage doors. So any windows would be above that, of course. So they do have porches and things. So there will be some windows facing you.
Here.
Yes, but
Yeah.
majority, so the lower levels obviously be garages, so there aren't going to be any windows there. They're not as intense, many windows on that end as it would be to the facing to the north or the south. So I think we did as best we could to try to, limit impacts to you. That's even with just visual impacts from the building.
Yep.
By turning it 90 degrees.
That's obviously a big difference, having these windows and people facing the property. And I think the history of this is at one time Jack Moore owned all of this and then Al purchased it and Al sold us the house, and little do we know that this land got cut off and sold. So it's quite a big difference from originally buying the house and what you saw compared to this going up. Thank
So
you
one
for
of
your
the things
time,
in-
and thank
Yep.
you also for changing the color scheme and that does help.
So one of the things I'll note, one of the vegetative buffers I would take a look at is, it's called green giant arborvitae. It grows very quickly. It can be put dense and it essentially creates a green wall. Grows very tall and it does not suffer the same deer depredation that some of the other arborvitae does. There's a property on, I think it's Nevins in Lehigh Station that it's basically this green wall. So that might work real well for
I
that.
think it really would in the front
Yeah,
side, like you're
yeah.
saying.
There's a property on Essex Drive that has them. and-
You know that property.
Yeah,
do you?
the town does too, but the arborvitae's, that type
They do a
really, I
good
mean,
screening.
it does a great screening.
It
I
does,
don't
yeah.
see Witten and Jefferson at all anymore, right? So.
Thank you.
so-
Thank you, Mike.
Just make sure there's no sewer going through there, right?
Yeah,
That's what I
right.
know.
Okay, other questions, comments?
I think the project looks very nice, I was at the December meeting also and on that I was sitting over there and I think the project looks nice, but I just don't like where it is. I mean, and it could be the height could be achieved, I think, if, you took off, instead of being 3 floors, it was 2 floors. So just a comment.
Right. I will note that if you go to 2 floors, it's probably not financially viable. Understood.
Yeah, financially viable is, then things aren't financially viable in my life, I don't do them.
Mhm. Okay. Other comments? Anything else from the public? Come on up.
Just one question.
Should it?
Obviously, I don't live in that neighborhood,
Address?
but I want to just say one thing. If I did, I think I would be just as concerned as these folks are about the impact that it would have. So my question is, has there been a study of what the impact of doing this kind of a project, putting that kind of a thing, and Mr. Stafford and I don't necessarily agree all the time on everything, but I agree with him on this. What kind of impact would it have okay, with regards to the residential property values in terms of that? And also, how is it going to change the landscape of the neighborhood by putting something of that nature into a neighborhood that has private homes in it, even though it's legally proper because it is zoned? That's the law. So we all know about that. So, but my question is, has a study been done?
It depends how you define a study. There's a lot of data with regards to that. And homes do not decrease in value being around an apartment complex like that. If you go to Lee, the Erie Station Village, which has both apartment complexes and
Yes.
nearby individual homes, those homes have not gone down in value. They've gone up in value. In fact, they often complain that according to the assessor, she believes they've gone up too high
Okay,
in
well,
value.
that,
So,
that's good to know.
yep. Anything that you'd like to add, John?
I just like to thank the board, and I know Mr. Bavone and Mr. Verona would like to thank the board for the time on this project. It's not normal to come back 3 times and to hear this project, but it's been a pleasure working with the board, changing the project numerous times, working with the architect. It's not a cookie cutter project that they're just pulling out of a drawer and building. The building's going to be retooled under the guidelines of an ag style building. I think that we still want to request the 40-foot height to meet the standards that building's going to need to make it a viable project. We don't want the owners to build this and not work out. Priorities are impacted by this project. I'm aware of it. I'm aware of it from the day one. I will continue to work with them through the planning board process if we're fortunate to make it there. Listen to their concerns of landscaping and continue to work through with them. And we're also going to have a landscape architect on the job. So I'm sure we can accomplish most of the goals they're looking for. Drainage, I don't think is going to be an issue for them. Their house is 5 foot higher than our property line. So I don't think we're going to negatively impact them with that. And as the board knows, this will require a full stormwater management plan, to New York State DEC guidelines. So I think we'll be able to address those concerns. So I just want to say thank you. And if there's any other questions, I'll try to address them as well.
Great. Any other questions from the board?
Yes. John, will there be any commuter money for this project?
I'm not aware that there would. This is a private project.
Okay.
I don't
did have,
know what it would be eligible for.
yeah, I don't know either. I
Community,
just
but-
had that question.
Yep.
There's another question, but it escapes me now. Thank you.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No problem.
Anything else from the public? Then hearing and seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing for special use permit application number 2023-024 and 045 West Sunset Development LLC. Fellow board members, I have resolution 7-119, 2024 to issue a negative declaration and approve special use permit application numbers 2023-024 and 2023-045 for senior housing on West Henrietta Road with an increased maximum building height.
Second.
I'm going to read the list of conditions. Number 1, the permit is for senior housing only, which means at least one of the tenants on a lease must be 55 years of age or older. Number 2, the transitional buffers and vegetative screening and or fencing be provided consistent with the plans presented with this associated special use permit application and with final approval from the planning board as part of the site plan process. And that any required buffers, screening, or fencing be maintained by the apartment complex. Number 3, that the appearance of the structures be built with the rural aesthetic consistent with the elevations provided with this associated special use permit application with final approval from the planning board as part of the site plan process, and that any future renovations or additions remain consistent with this appearance. 4, that all of the units in 2 of the 4 unit buildings be wired for the deaf and hard of hearing with final approval from the planning board as part of the site plan process, and that the doorbells and fire alarms be maintained in working order. Number 5, that stormwater runoff from the site be collected and detained such the amount of runoff that reaches adjacent properties be reduced by at least 30%, And that says stormwater structures and grading be maintained such that the reduction is still achieved. Number 6, that the development shall comply with all applicable zoning, building, fire prevention, health, and other codes in both construction and maintenance, including obtaining site plan approval from the planning board. Number 7, that failure to adhere to any of these conditions may result in the revocation of this special use permit per the procedure set forth in Henrietta Town Code, section 295-55. Any other questions, comments? Don't hear anything in there that gives you alarm, right? You're able to achieve all that.
We're good with it.
Any other comments, questions? And hearing and seeing none, please call the roll.
Councilmember Page,
Aye.
Councilmember Belanca,
Aye.
Councilmember Barley,
Aye.
Councilmember Stafford,
No.
Supervisor Schultz.
Aye. Congratulations. And again, if you could work with neighbors as part of the planning, the site
No
plan
problem.
process to address this screening.
Thank you very much. Have a good evening.
And that concludes our special use permits. No, I'm just kidding. Next up, we have special use permit application number 2024-005, Impact Earth. RM Putney and Associates Incorporated, 520 Middle Road, to operate a composting site. We're going to hold a special hearing. Just to be clear, there will be no action taken at this meeting. Could you please introduce yourself and give a presentation about the what you're looking to do?
Good evening, everyone. My name is Robert Putney. I'm one of the co-founders and majority owner of Impact Earth. We're a local Brighton-based company. Been in business for 10 years. If you don't know who we are. We focus on environmental education. We have 3 departments, composting being one of them, and I'm here to address the special use permit on behalf of the ownership. The proposal, we submitted a formal proposal through your RFP system that was due this past Monday. And in that proposal outlines the site plan along with the operating plan and obviously meeting the conditions set forth in the RFP. We did this in conjunction with the Center of Eco Technology, which we've contracted with to help us both at this site with regard to site planning and DEC regulatory approval, along with the cleanup of the current site at 1335 Erie Station Road.
Can I interrupt a second? I'll just to let residents know that this is this particular location. It is town property, 520 Middle Road. The town's actually, it's our active fill site. We have been doing some composting there for quite some time. We are looking to switch this. In fact, it will switch this spring. This will be our leaf brush drop off. So we'll be bringing our leaf and brush drop off. As has been discussed in a number of town newsletters, the town has been looking to operate this as a composting site. And we've pursued a number of grants, one of which we have received, although the paperwork, it's federal, so the paperwork's not all done yet. But it's Energy, Environment and Conservation Block Grant, EECBG, from the Department of Energy. It's for about $76,000, which will help set up some of the site. The plan here is to have, we were looking for folks to operate the site and to be able to provide free composting participation to our residents, so that any resident who doesn't want to compost at home, and I'm one of them, we still do it at home, but we don't do it properly, and so it doesn't really compost. And so we want to be able to bring our compostable material to the site, have them compost it, and then sometime down the road, be able to get some of the output compost back for our gardens. So there's a lot of residents who are in that same boat as me. There's been a lot of requests for this, including through our Sustainability Committee and through the Color Henrietta Green Group. So that's kind of the origins of this. And just so again, a little additional background. They signed a lease for a site on Erie Station Road. It's in an ag district. They were doing some of the compost there. The site is not adequate. It is low lying. There are streams there. There are springs there. It brings a lot of water into the compost, which then greatly increases the smell emanating from the facility. So we want to see that closed down. We put out an RFP process, as you'll see in one of the resolutions. They were the only company that responded, but they will be named the winner of that RFP process to develop this. We technically don't need a special use permit, or it gets into the gray area as to whether we're bound by special use permits for town land, but I'm a believer that we should follow our own rules. So that's why we're doing rezoning. That's why we're doing special use permit. And that will also mean that the resulting operation will have to meet those requirements, which under industrial or commercial composting, if they see odor like they're seeing today, it'll get shut down. Unfortunately, there's a kind of an agricultural loophole that they are kind of in right now, that farms are allowed to create stink, for lack of a better way to put it. We want to get them out of there where they are now, because it's adversely affecting the houses around them. There are 2 houses nearby this property. But again, we've been working, we've had many meetings. This site is very different. It's much higher up. It's on about 8 to 10 feet of millings. So it's got a very solid base. We can grade it how we need. We can put cover over, you know, we've had multiple meetings with the Department of Environmental Conservation, as well as the CET. I forgot what's that stand for again?
Center for Ecotechnology.
Right. And so we've been working on how to essentially create a compost system that is not going to create issues. So just wanted to give people that background, since not everybody may have that. So sorry, go ahead and continue.
No, very well said, Steve. Thank you. Since a lot of people are here to ask questions or comment, I think I would prefer at this point just to open up to whatever questions the board or the public has. And I'd be happy to answer any and all of those.
I will just add that the proposal in front, as part of that, the response to the RFP, is for an aerated static pile. The site that would be up on top of, if you've ever been there, there's kind of a plateau where we were storing industrial supplies for road work and other projects like that. That storage is actually moved. So this top of the plateau is where the compost facility is going to be used. When you first come in, off to the left is where the leaf and brush drop off will be. One of the other issues they've been having at the Erie Station Road is they really need to increase the amount of leaf and brush intermixed with compost material. So having it be our leaf and brush drop off will mean that will get ingested there. And to be honest, we've had a leaf and brush drop off on Martin Road. Some of that stuff just sits there and rots. So the fact that it'll actually get used as part of a composting process is good for that. And if we find that we need even more of it, one of the things, we've always only had our leaf and brush drop off for residents only. If necessary, we'll open it up to Henrietta operated landscaping companies, which will bring in a lot more materials. And if we even need more still, then we can do it for non-Henrietta based companies. So we're excited about this possibility. We're excited about the ability to offer free composting service to a bunch of our, to our residents, for those who want to participate. We're excited that we're going to be diverting a lot of organic material that otherwise would rot in landfills, take up space, and produce greenhouse gases. So with that, I will open the floor. Why don't you sit over here? Yep.
Good evening, board members. Craig Eckert, Deputy Town Supervisor. Town clerk presented this to me. Apparently it came in via email. I chatted with the attorney for the town and we're okay to distribute. Just wanted to ask, see, okay, make sure I could hand this out. These are apparently notes or comments that came in for this public hearing.
Sure. Okay, do we have our first person who would like to speak? Come on up.
Good evening. My name is Sandra Lehman. I live at 41 Wallman Drive. My concern is this. My house was reassessed last year. I have a small Joyce raised ranch. The garage is part of the framing within the house. I know someone off of Beaconsfield that has the same house with 1.5 bath as opposed to my one. A 2-car attached garage with a room connecting the house with the garage. Bordering a green space. When I step off my property, I am stepping under the high tension wires, and I was given a higher assessment.
What's that have to do with this application? I'm confused.
I'm getting to that, sir. Secondly, beyond the high tension wires and between the New York State Thruway is a new subdivision going in.
Back a little from the microphone so you're easier to understand. Thank you.
Oh, am I too loud? I'm so sorry.
Yeah. This has to be, just to be clear, this does have to, it gets recorded and we do minutes. So if it's garbled, they're not going to be able to.
I thank you for that insight.
Yep.
And I imagine those homes are going to be starting at 250. Now you're talking about taking Middle Road. You're talking about taking part of the land to Erie Station, turning it into an industrial zone, putting a compost on Middle Road next in the area where these subdivisions are that are higher in value than the other subdivisions. And I'm just wondering, how is that going to impact the value of my subdivision off of Nevins Road?
I'd be shocked if it impacts it at all. It is 0.48 miles from the proposed compost site to the nearest house. That's the closest house. There's only one that's that close. So almost every house is over half a mile away. In
A half a
between-
mile, that's how many, that's what, 5,200.
So
And
20
so it'll be
26
2,600.
2,600 feet.
Thank you.
In between, there is a giant wetland. To the east of the giant wetland is industrial property already.
Yeah,
So
that's
Osmer's-
that's a question I have for the composting company. How does the
Can you
wetland
please keep
affect
speaking?
a
and
compost?
Please. I
Oh,
need
now
you
I'm supposed to
speak
talk
in the
into this. Oh, sorry. Okay, how does a wetland affect a compost site?
So we had DEC out there. We had multiple members from the DEC, including the person who's responsible for the wetlands. The only real issue that they see, they want to have a drain system under the aerated static pile to collect any leachate from the pile. Otherwise, they had zero issues with the proximity to the wetlands. And
So you're telling me being on a wetland is not a problem?
they're not on a wetland. There is a wetland to the east. So one of the things I will note is the parcel ID that was identified in the application is actually the wrong parcel ID. It's the one that was identified is that 68-acre parcel that surrounds all the other, that's not the one where this is. This is a 5.7 acre. It's currently a fill site. There is very little greenery on the entire site other than along the road. Because again, it's basically been built up, this plateau of millings from road work. Basically, when they mill the surface off a road to repave, they have to take those millings somewhere. They take it here, they bulldoze it flat, they've created a plateau. There is a significant drop off to the east, although this can be fully graded, so it's actually gonna grade to the north. That way, any water that runs through can be filtered through the grass under those same high voltage power lines before it ever trickles down into the wetlands. But what they will do is, again, they'll be collecting the leachate in tanks and either using that, recycling that to maintain the proper moisture of the leaves. They can either put it through green infrastructure, or they can put it into the sanitary sewer. There is a sanitary sewer connection at this location. So the point is the leachate will not be going to the wetland. But the rest of the runoff, that's where it goes today.
And that's acceptable.
That is acceptable to the DEC.
And
All
you-
this work has been done, again, we've had the DEC involved in this from the get-go.
I was just curious because my husband passed 28 years ago.
Yep.
And he was the town engineer. And he said to me, I don't want to be buried on Middle Road. And I said, why? And he said, because of the high water table.
Right.
So that is why that is a question, a concern for me. As and I said to you, Steve, I am concerned about the value,
Right.
whether or not a compost 2,600 feet
To your house.
from the subdivision.
To your house, it's closer to 3,500, but yeah.
I'm glad you know where I live.
You've been here enough. In that regards, like I said, if they're putting out odors that are leaving the site going.
And then
anywhere
we're
that
going to
direction-
close the site up if they put out an odor?
Yes, yeah, they would have a certain amount of time to correct it, and if they don't correct it, they.
I
it
think
would be
DEC
shut
is
down.
very clear on the rules regarding odor management, so we have to follow those rules, and if we don't, they will fine us and close us.
Yep, and it's also
And then
part
you're
of.
gonna,
it's
and then
also
you're
part
gonna,
of
then you're gonna fill it in, so we don't have to worry about it.
There's nothing to fill in again. So the difference is he was probably talking about Maplewood Cemetery, which is at the north end of Middle Road, and it is low in the ground. Where this is at the top of the hill. In fact, if you're familiar, the way this area has sewer is the town board, when they approved the
Masonic Temple?
the Masonic care community or community care, I forget which way it goes. We required them to run the sewer along Middle Road so that all those houses that currently don't have sewer now have sewer.
Well, as I said, my concern is the
Well,
value.
let me finish explaining. And so the first part of that is what's called a force main, because it has to push it uphill. This site is the very top of that hill.
I know.
So there is not, does not have low water tables. And then even if there were low water tables there in the past, it has been built up 8 to 10 feet above that with a relatively impermeable surface of milling. So that's one of the big differences between this site, the Erie Station site. The Erie Station site, your husband would have been saying, why the hell did you guys put it there? Because it is low lands, it has streams, it has, it even appears to have springs. So after it rains, water kind of bubbles up out of the ground. So that is not a good site for compost, and which again goes back to why we want them to shut it down.
And I have some concerns with turning Middle Road into the industrial site for the town of Henrietta. And I will end my comments on that statement. Thank you.
Sure, I will note that most of Middle Road is already industrial. Most of Middle Road is already industrial. The north of the thruway, if you'd let me finish. There are 2 large town properties that are not part of that industrial zone. And there are, I think, 4 or 5 house residents that are not. All the other stuff to the north of that there's a school district property that is predominantly industrial. The very southern part is not. There is a county parcel that is predominantly industrial. The very southern portion is not. As you continue further north, it's all industrial, all the way up to Calkins Road. So as you go east of there, it's also industrial, along the railroad tracks and in between. the authors never, so I think that's called Wedgewood, between the Wedgewood neighborhoods and the railroad tracks. So, and then obviously to the west, it's also industrial as you get around the area off of the, so that's like, was it Monroe Tractor and, those folks that are on the south side of, Lehigh Station Road. So it's predominantly industrial in that area north of the thruway. So. Next person. Come on up. Oh, you'll be next.
I like public speaking about as much as striking out in slow pitch softball.
You sure about that, Joe?
I don't like to do it. My sister lives at 556 Middle Road. And she has a concern, and I'm a little confused actually, because my understanding of where the compost site was going to be, it's going to be where the millings were
Correct.
all built up. That's
Yep.
going to be the compost site.
That is correct.
What are they doing behind those houses that they're clearing that stretch of property?
They were talking about the possibility of using that as a future fill site. When we took a look at it from a elevation standpoint, there really isn't a good place to do further. That was my predecessor purchased that for that purpose. When they got in there and cleared some of that site, they found that it does not make sense. Because you would essentially end up with this plateau behind the houses. And so what we've done instead is that's where they're storing pipe, jersey barriers, things like that. So it's storage, and that's the plan is just to store again, largely highway, sewer and construction, like I said, pipes, other large materials.
So it's going to be a storage area right behind these residential properties. I mean, they used to have a nice backyard. They could look out into the forest and into, the wetlands back there. And now if any of you would drive by there, it's horrible what they've done as far as the, aesthetics of the place. And, I'd like to look into that further as far as doing that. As far as the compost site, there were a lot of complaints because of the compost site at Erie Station and the
Correct.
smell. And we're just very concerned that this smell is going to cause, a lot of issues and a lot of problems. And property values, my sister is 100 feet, 200 feet away, if that. And it's a big concern.
Sure. And as I said, if this site produces anything, even a fraction of the odors that is being produced at the Erie Station Road site, it's going to be shut down.
I think we're gonna need your name and address for the record.
Oh, I'm sorry, Joe Hafner.
Hey, Joe,
And I live in Rush, actually.
you left
Yeah,
my
I'm-
neighborhood and moved to Rush?
Well, yeah, my wife wanted a ranch. We couldn't go up and down the steps anymore.
I feel you.
To have this compost site and to have, all of this area is already zoned, what is it, industrial?
So not the two big parcels. They were left R115. But the town has been operating them for years as if they're industrial.
Yeah, I know
And so, this is one of those that, like I said, we're not technically bound by the zoning laws. I'd rather though, like I said, follow our own rules.
that. Right.
And one of the things that we've offered for the residents is that if they want to partake in that rezone, they could rezone. Now, what that means for those residents is that their houses, as long as they continue to use them as residential, it'll be residential. That they would be considered a conforming use. So what that means, a non-conforming use, you can't expand, you can't modify, change. We would consider them conforming use as long as they have been continually, resided in as a residential use and that they follow the rules of the preceding zoning district, which is R115, which is what it currently is. You could sell it that way. It could be the residential for the rest of their lives, even though, or generations from now. If they ever decide to sell it industrial, because you maybe could get more money for it, once it goes industrial, it just wouldn't be able to go back.
Right.
The other option they have is to stay residential, and they would be a pocket of residential.
You know, I know my sister got a letter last week.
Yeah,
And she was told she had to opt in or opt out of this deal by this past Monday, which to me made no sense at all, as far as it was kind of like forcing her to either make a decision. And if you didn't opt in or out or whatever, there were certain penalties that were implied in the letter.
there's no penalty. The only thing we had just said is if you choose not to participate, all we were just saying is, I don't want to go through this whole thing, and then a week after we do all the rezone, someone comes in, oh, I changed my mind and I want to switch in. One of the things is because the mail delivery was much slower than expected, we're giving all the folks essentially an extra
Grace time.
couple weeks. Yeah, so we're not going to make any decisions on this or the rezone this meeting. That'll give people time to make a decision and as to whether they opt in or opt out.
So is the area behind to the east of the properties on Middle Road, are they zoned industrial now, or are they, is that what that is part of? as
So
far as
again,
rezoning?
the big parcel so actually, like, none of the houses are next to the parcel that's up for the special use permit for the compost site. There's actually this 68-acre parcel that surrounds those and all the other houses.
Right.
Except for the one that's closest to the thruway. That's surrounded by the other town parcel. Yes, that would be zoned industrial, although again, there's not currently any plan to do anything different. And one of the things I've said to all the residents, a number of the residents has asked, could they purchase additional property around their house to expand their lot? And I said, yes. Now, obviously, it's up to the town board. The only caveat I'll say with that is that by state law, the town can't sell for less than the fair market value. So what we would have to do is if, someone wanted to purchase additional acreage, we would have to go out and get an appraisal. They would determine the value of the land. We would say, this is how much it's going to cost. If there were 3 properties that wanted to do that, it would be one appraisal because it's all the same parcel. It's that same large 68-acre parcel. So it would allow them to split the cost of the appraisal in, if 3 people went in on it, it would be 1/3 each. But yeah, so like I said, it's essentially been being operated as industrial this whole time since before I took office.
But it hasn't been zoned that.
It has not been zoned that. Because again,
You don't need.
towns and school districts and county, they're not bound by the zoning.
I know you're not bound by the zoning, because you are the town, but you're also a neighbor,
Understood, which
And-
is
and
again
you'd like
why
to be a
I'm
good
trying to
neighbor.
correct stuff.
Okay. I hope so.
Yeah. Thank you. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Elizabeth Ixley. I live in Henrietta on Park Meadow Drive. And I'm also a member of the Sustainability Committee in Henrietta. So we have been discussing this project for several years now, it really almost since the committee began. And I just am wanting to say that I think that the whole organization of Impact Earth is a wonderful addition to our community. And I am really pleased that Henriette has a chance to be operating with them. From a larger perspective, I'm a retired biology professor from MCC. I taught an environmental science class there for over 20 years and have been discussing climate change forever in those contexts. In recent years, I find it very interesting, even though retired, I still read up on many of these issues. Methane gases are a very serious problem, an issue. We all know that. And I find it fascinating that in perhaps the past 5 years, there's been a really strong push to eliminate methane emissions from landfills. The reason we have methane emissions in landfills is because organic materials get put there, including all of our food wastes and scraps and other organic stuff. So this is a real way that the town of Henrietta could be helping to alleviate that problem. It's all about keeping organics out. And the other thing I wanted to say is that I really commend Steve and the town of Henrietta and the board for being involved in trying to work out this very wonderful project, in my view. I think that the logistics have been discussed at length, and I think it is a sound project because this is essentially a pilot for the county of Monroe. And if we get this going, Henrietta will be the first town in the county to manage to put together a serious food composting operation, which actually should be done in every town because New York State passed a law several years ago that says that large institutions are not supposed to be trucking food wastes to landfills. But because the county doesn't have any facilities in this area, it's still going to landfills. There's a loophole that allows that. So I look at us as having a really good opportunity here to make a difference. And I think the downsides have been very seriously addressed, and I think it should be approved.
Thank you. Actually, it's the guy behind you. Yep.
Brian Toby, 1230 Erie Station. I want this place moved as bad as anybody. We're approximately 0.3 miles from the access road of their site.
Of the Erie Station Road or the
Yes,
middle road?
yeah,
Okay,
Erie
okay,
Station,
yep.
sorry. And every week we smell it. So dry days, wet days, any type of days, we smell it. You were saying on Middle Road that they could get rid of some of their the water waste. I forgot what you called it.
The leach?
Yeah.
Yeah, so there's an
sewer?
under drain under the, essentially the compost pile area, the aerated static pile, and that goes into a tank,
Mhm.
and contains that. Today, their current site does not have that collection system.
Correct.
Yeah.
So you're saying they could use the sewer? Is that sewer active?
It is not currently active. It is in the process of, basically, like a lot of folks, they were having trouble getting power to run the pump station. So
Mhm.
the sewer is active north of us.
Is there a pump line?
And we could, in theory, put in a big enough pump station to get over the hill and make it active.
Well, if this site is not approved, the Middle Road site, if that's not approved, will Erie Station stay active?
No.
Oh.
At some point, they're gonna have to get out of there. This would get them out of there faster, but. No, I
'Cause I think-
can't see that being a long-term solution because of, again, the site is just not good.
Yeah, the damage that it's done to the surrounding properties is just unnecessary, even though it's good
Right.
compost. So
No, like I
the
said,
green energy
unfortunately, the
is-
site selection wasn't, as it turns out, I don't know that they knew that there was springs under there. I don't want to go into why that was chosen and all that, or castigate, but you know, it's not a good site. It has problems, and those lead to the increased odors that are present. And so we want to get that shut down. And again, depending on the approval process, according to DEC at this site, because someone had asked online about capacity, there is a maximum capacity here. It's well below the threshold for a DEC permit. So this is an administrative process. So that was started last week or the week before, but it's roughly a 3 to 4 week process, administrative process. So we've moved forward with that, even though it's in parallel to this. Because again, we're trying to shorten all the timelines, because as soon as you can get DEC approval, then we can shut down the Erie Station Road.
Oh, so you don't
facility.
have any exact timelines for any adjustments?
I,
Move-
so again, the earliest in terms of, we're looking at doing this, both the rezone and the special use permit at the April 17th meeting.
Okay,
So that would be the earliest.
okay,
Okay,
thank you.
yep. But it also, as I noted, it would have to wait till DEC approval, which again, should be around the same time.
Thank you.
Yep. Go ahead.
Could I add something?
Yeah,
I would
go
like
ahead.
to address Brad specifically. So we want. Yeah, we want to be good neighbors here, that our intent, we're an environmental education company. We teach K through 12 students in over a dozen school districts throughout the Finger Lakes region. This is not how we want to be a neighbor. We want to be a successful, productive neighbor. We want to bring value to the system. And we absolutely do not
Yeah.
want to infringe on your ability to live your life on your property.
Yeah, we appreciate it. And
Yeah.
Like all of, I think there's 5 or 6 of us. We all own land. We all
Yep.
enjoy the outdoors. We're all about nature and
Yep.
the whole 9 yards. So
So are we.
We appreciate the composting. You know, we all have gardens, so it's all part of our lives, but the effect that it's had on
Yep.
us daily is.
Yeah,
is
so
really-
obviously we've run into some issues at the current site.
Yeah.
And once we recognized that that was going to be a serious problem that we probably weren't going to be able to fix in the short term, we engaged the town and the DEC
Mhm.
and the Center for Ecotechnology to help us and say, we need to fix this. So how do we fix this?
Yeah.
Right?
You guys still have daily like intake?
Yes.
You keep growing every day? Or-
Well,
I shouldn't say growing.
growing, but
daily
I mean,
intake.
yeah, we're processing
Okay.
Monday through Friday.
Okay.
Correct, yeah.
And the goal is, as soon as we can, switch that over to the new site so that it's not being put into the wet piles where
Yeah.
you're having the odor issues.
Yeah, and the lessons learned were great. We're actually gonna have sort of an opposite problem at the new site, if the proposal goes through.
Yeah.
Because we'll have to wet the piles. Right now, we don't have to wet the piles. You know, for us to get temp up to 165 degrees for three straight weeks is not an issue. The moisture content should be somewhere around 50 or 60% at the high end, and we continually run it like 85%, which is great for the composting piece, but not great for affluent creation because it creates more affluent. The goal here is not to create affluent. And any affluent that we do create, we have to capture. That's the rule. So on the current site, we've installed the IBC toters and we're pumping daily to try to minimize what is going towards your property.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We had a gentleman up front first.
Yeah, I apologize for not mentioning my name earlier, just since nobody asked. It's Nicholas Hirsch and I live at 62 Wickwine Lane in Henrietta. So this question goes to Mr. Schultz. You made a statement that the majority of the properties that are located on Middle Road are industrial. Do you know what the total number of industrial properties and residential properties are by comparison? Has there been a survey done to determine if in fact what percentage actually are industrial? Even though I don't live there, the point of the matter is we have a whole bunch of people here, I'm pretty sure, that would like to know. So, I mean, again, I'm not impacted by this, thank God. Okay, but I'm going to tell you, if I was going to buy a house, and I'm pretty sure people in the audience would agree if I asked, I would not want to live. No offense, sir. I understand what you're doing is admirable.
No offense taken.
It's go green. I understand that. But nobody would want to buy a house from a practical standpoint. You have to look at the practicality. Anybody that tries to sell their house, as difficult as now in this economy, is hard. That's difficult enough. But then to
It's
try to.
easy to sell your house. in this
difficult to
town.
sell a
Well,
house right now.
I don't know where
It's
you're
hard to
living.
buy a
Oh,
house. in
I'm
this
sorry,
economy.
you're right. It's hard to buy one. Sorry. You got it. Reverse that. Yes. Jerome Powell with the interest rates. Yes. I'm sorry. I apologize for that little mistake. Yeah, it's harder to buy one. But for anybody that is going to buy one, they're not going to want to buy something that's next to a compost site or that was in the distance of that. People are going to get turned off by that.
Right, so this is called NIMBY, not in my backyard, and it is not a legitimate reason for denying something.
No, maybe
So
not.
let me
Well, it
finish.
depends.
Let me finish.
Go ahead.
So, with that said, as part of the process, you're supposed to minimize, you're supposed to identify potential adverse issues and minimize those potential impacts. As far as the belief that it adversely impacts the resale value. A lot of that totally depends on how you do the stuff. So obviously at the current location, the way it's currently operating, that would have a negative impact because a potential home buyer comes up, smells the smell and says, ew, right? If there's not the odor present, it's not an issue. It really
But
is.
I'm not necessarily talking about resale value. I'm just saying that in general, if a person is going to buy a house, right, and one of the questions they ask, if they should, like, what are you near, this, that, just like traffic studies are done by heavy traffic, people don't want to be in areas where that's going on. You know what I'm driving at.
Right.
And, if you ask a person that question, most people are going to say, oh, no way. For the most part, they're going to go look someplace else. I mean, that's a practical thing. I'm not saying it should be denied on that basis, but I'm simply pointing out, if it were me, and I'm pretty sure people there, if they were going to buy, they wouldn't want to buy anything that's even relatively near one of those. I mean, I can only tell you that I am thankful where I live. Okay, there are no land developments or any empty land of big natures where they can do that, because I would not want to live near
Right.
something like that.
And if you ask most people, they'll say, I don't want to live next to the throughway. And yet you live next to the throughway.
Well, no,
I live
oh,
next
wait,
to the
no, the throughway is behind me on
Let
the
me
opposite
finish,
side.
please. Stop interrupting.
But I,
So a lot of people live next door to the throughway. A lot of people live next door to 390. A lot of people live next door to industrial. I get it. I understand. I understand the feeling of NIMBY. It is not an allowed reason to reject something. It has to do with whether it's a proper land use and is it going to change the character of the neighborhood
might be,
and a
but
whole
that-
bunch of other stuff. So as far as to your earlier questions with regards to the number of units, have we done a study? No, that's silly. If you want, you can go on to the Monroe County
well,
GIS
do you know the
website
percentage?
and
You
let me
don't-
finish. I did not calculate the percentage.
Okay,
But I
that's
know
what
we're
wanted to know.
rezoning, we listed 6 parcels and there are a good 30 or 40 parcels there. So as a certifiable mathmatician yourself, you should know.
Oh, well, now I
that
do,
that's
now
a
that you're telling me that.
mathematician, right?
Now, if you tell me
So-
there's only six residential and the rest are all industrial, is that?
There's, in this particular area, what we're
Yeah.
talking about rezoning is 6 properties, maybe 7. And then there are at least 8 or 9 residential properties on the west-hand side.
Mhm.
There's 3 just up north, and that's just to Lehigh Station Road. As you continue north of Lehigh Station Road, the vast majority of them, there's probably 2 dozen of them or so up there.
That are industrial or that are private?
Industrial and or
Oh, okay.
most of them are industrial. There are some that are also commercial.
Okay, well, I guess with those numbers, yes, obviously I can figure that out very easily. Sure, surely. But I'm just saying from a practical
Okay.
standpoint, nobody wants to live anywhere near.
You made that point.
So, Mr. Hurst, can I ask you this?
Mhm.
Does it make sense that this board is looking to move this problem because it smells and is affecting our residents?
Can I answer that?
Yeah.
Okay. Yes, I mean, I absolutely, because if you've got that problem, for whatever the reason, and he's right, whatever, you don't want to get into that because it's water under the bridge, that ship has sailed. But if you're trying to move it to correct it, that's okay, but the idea is, I mean, if people are going to get all upset about it because they're within a certain distance from that, and people don't want to be living next to that, I can certainly understand that. And just to correct you, I don't live on the opposite side where the throughway is. Where I'm at is all the way on the other, and I don't even hear it. But if I was living on the other side of the street, oh yeah, that would bug me.
Right.
That would bug me to no end because it would disturb me all night long. But fortunately, I don't live on that side.
Okay.
And we have people that have
Okay, so
actually
people in
moved
your
because of it.
neighborhood that have bought houses next to the throughway,
What's
correct?
that?
There are people in your neighborhood who have bought houses next to the throughway,
And
correct?
some people have moved too
Right,
because of
sure.
that.
Okay,
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Others, come on up.
I
Yep.
do have a question online when you have a chance as well.
Okay, I will take online after this.
Yes, I'm Daniel Barnes. I live at 40 Bemis Way. My concern is last night they just dropped this notice into my mailbox that there'll be a meeting concerning the compact site. My deepest concern about it is health-wise. I'm not talking about value or what, because that's not important to me as far as me concerned. I'm concerned that when I'm going in, are coming out, or when I go to my bed and I wake in the night and I can't breathe. That is my deep concern.
Why can't you breathe?
From the center that might be coming from it. That is my concern.
So if that's happening, they will be shut down. Very simple. Again, if you read the part of why we're putting this in as commercial composting or industrial composting, one of the things under industrial is it expressly states right in there that it cannot be a use that generates dust, odor, noise, and obviously there are certain acceptable levels to everything, but basically it can't create excessive noise, dust, odor, stuff like that. So under agricultural composting loophole, there's some gray area, although like I said, as I've told Robert before, we're shutting that down because of the negative impact that it's having on the residents. Under the commercial composting, you don't have that exclusion. You don't have that. If it is adversely affecting the neighboring houses, it gets shut down, period.
So what you're saying to me, that it's not going to affect my health then?
It will not affect your health. There's not a whole lot of gases being given off of this stuff. And again, with the way the aerated static pile, they do pump air and circulate it through to get the, to increase the biological activity. That is what creates the compost. But like I said, under the bottom, they're going to try to minimize the leachate to begin with, but any leachate that does come out is going to be collected and stored in tanks, potentially, like I said, either reused as part of that wetting process, or if there'll be an overflow drain, so that if there shouldn't be a whole lot, but if there is, it would then go into the sewer. In the sanitary sewer, it would be treated at Van Laer.
But in your opening statement, you mentioned that if they can bring stuff from other areas, in fact, it's going to be.
That's leaf and brush. What I was talking about, the leaf and brush drop off. We do that currently on Martin Road. There is no odors with that. That's just every spring and every fall when people, in the fall, it's usually leaves. People have been raking leaves. In the spring, it's leftover leaves that were buried under the snow, and or tree limbs that have come down. If they're doing spring trimming, pruning, that type of stuff, that's the leaf and brush drop off. We currently do that on Martin Road Park. The problem with that location, first off, it's not in the center of town. It's down this alleyway. We don't have any facilities there. So when we have to staff it, if they have to use the restroom, they have to lock up, go to another location. As part of that grant I mentioned earlier, we're going to have a facility here. One of the other things this is going to have a benefit of is one of the things we've been talking with Robert about is normally we only staff the leaf and brush drop off on the weekends. Well, if they're going to have people staff there doing the composting, we might be able to open that up so that people can do leaf and brush drop off all week long instead of just having to come on the weekend, which I know there's a lot of residents who've been asking us to do that, but it's been purely a cost issue. The other advantage to this location, Martin Road, it's like 15 minutes, 10 to 15 minutes from the DPW to get there. Here, it's 2 minutes, it's 3 minutes, it's real close. And that is also advantageous then when we then process the leaf, because like we'll often chip and shred the wood and use that on our trails, or again, as material on the compost. When we have to get equipment there, it's going to be so much easier than going out to Martin Road. But that stuff I was talking about bringing in, that has no odor, none.
I'm just going to close and say this, sir. I don't trust nothing what is being said here.
Okay.
That is my opinion. And the reason why I say that, I'm coming from a country where they give you a guarantee like that, that you won't affect us. Now, you know what happened? Hundreds of people being affected, sight, breathing issue, and those companies gone, and they leave it like that. And when it started, the excuse is that we have something happen to the plant and things like that. I expect that the same thing is going to happen, that we are going to suffer, health-wise, we are going to suffer. There's no getting around that.
Okay.
Health-wise, we are going to suffer.
Well,
We're
there's
going to
nothing,
suffer from it.
there's nothing I'm gonna be able to say that's gonna
Yes, sir.
convince you otherwise, other than
No,
I
sir.
could just say it based
That
on
is-
the track record.
Yeah.
We've
that
not
is-
had any such facility
That is my
operate in town.
opinion. That's how I feel about it.
Right.
That is going to affect us, and I believe they should have come to us earlier. Earlier, not until when they started and when they reached this stage. It don't make sense with say anything because it gone through already. It don't make sense with say anything. It's gone through already. So all I have to think of is how I'm going to control my health. Consideration, how it's going to affect me, the cost that it's going to cost me for my health until I pass from this life into the next one. But right now, I'm angry in that sense that they didn't consult us. And even last night, they just come and drop a mail in our box at 7 o'clock last night. Therefore, some people don't even get it. For so even discuss and say anything about it. And they just look us up like that without, how I see it, the disrespect that is shown to us. As neighbors, the disrespect. You couldn't drop a letter last night at 7 o'clock. And say must be at a meeting here, 6 o'clock, because the sent we might affect us and things like that. That is fully disrespect, and that's how me feel. That is
Those were the letters that weren't sent by the town. Those were the letters that were delivered by someone else to
So
people's.
that was not the notice, the legal notice required from the town. In terms of the legal notices required by the town, those, there's a specific radius that we're required to send out by law. Those were sent, what, 2 weeks ago, 10 days ago? When were legal notices sent out? Do you know?
I'm pulling it up right now.
Okay. But then what happened is more recently, somebody put together a letter opposing this. And
March
sent out-
13th.
March 13th. So ours went out March 13th.
Okay, so we were not in that zone where they send that letter there.
Then you may not have been in that radius. As I've been telling people online, if anybody wants to make sure they always receive legal notices, even ones for where you're outside that radius, you go to henrietta.org/subscribe. And there's a list of things you can subscribe for. One of them is legal notices. You put in an email, you check legal notices. From then on, you'll get an email with every legal notice in town, even if you don't live nearby. So you can check to see if it's something you want to do. The thing you received in last night at 7 o'clock was not from the town. That was from somebody
I
trying
think
to
it
get
was
people
for the
here.
company who put in the, put in the composer there. I thought it was from them. So if we didn't get that notice, we would know that this was
Yeah.
happening on,
Yeah,
on that road there.
again,
Yeah, that wasn't.
the notices are sent out by the town.
You didn't send a letter to anyone.
That's not their job. It's the town who sends out the notices. Because the thing is, if you rely on the developer, then what happens if you get to the public hearing and they hadn't sent out the notices? So we generate the list. Now, he pays for the postage, but we're the ones who send out the notices. And those went out on the 13th.
So those notices you sent out 2 weeks ago, it
Correct.
was in a radius of a mile then. It was less than a mile or a mile, because we are close a mile to it. By the crow flies, we are close than a mile to this compound.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for your input and
Okay, sir, thank you.
thank you. We're gonna go online first and then we'll come back over here.
Sure, let me get this. This is a comment from Jenny. It's a question that was posted. What is the plan for closing and doing remediation at the current site?
So as soon as we can, they're gonna move over and then from the sounds of it, they're working with CET. Do you have any more details? I know they're on this current site, those plans are currently in progress. I don't know if they've gotten farther on the remedy of the old site, but go ahead.
So the DEC requires a certain path forward with regard to remediation, which we're following. So they've given us the guidance for that, and we're following in anticipation of moving. So there's that. CET, again, which is the Center for Ecotechnology, they're the consultant we've contracted. That is a DEC program. So they are intimately familiar with each other, and of course, the DEC has known us for 10 years. So we have a path forward that's guided by rules and regs with regard to the remediation. We would love to move yesterday. So that's,
Right.
so there's that. As soon as we get the go ahead, if it is so, if that's what happens, then we will start that transition process. And the most important part about that is we can stop dumping at the current location. Right, so then within about 3 to 4 weeks after that, we should be able to have the site cleaned appropriately. But I can't tell you when that date is because that's a DEC and the town thing. That's not a
Right.
thing.
Okay, thank you. This gentleman over here, yep.
Hello, my name is Mike DeMartinez. I live at 600 Middle Road. I'm the neighbor of Mr. Hafner's sister. And we got the same concerns as everybody else. It's not the composting, not against that. It's the obvious smell that they have in Erie. Can't guarantee because it's on a higher elevation, it's not going to smell. But you're assuring us that if it is a problem, that's going to be remedied. Am I correct? Because this gentleman said, well, the DEC is going to fine us. Well, the fine doesn't take away the smell.
No, he said they'll fine him for the first offenses.
So
They fine for first offenses, and if he's not able to remedy it, they then shut him
So
down.
let me ask this gentleman a question. How long you been on the Erie Station Road?
It'll be 1 year in June.
Did you get approval from the DEC for that site?
They didn't require approval from us for
You
that.
didn't, you just picked that site and there's a problem. How did you pick that site?
It's a longer story than I didn't just pick that site. I became aware of that site through the sustainability groups around Rochester. I looked at probably 24 sites prior. to
So
that.
this is your company?
Correct.
You have other locations?
Not other composting locations currently.
So this is your first one?
No, it's our second one. We've been in Ontario County for the last 8.5 years.
Okay, so it's like I said, my major concern is the smell and it'll be remedied if it is a problem.
Correct.
So I got a question, not about the compost facility. So as I look out my backyard now, just like Mr. Hafner says, I'm right in the middle of you cutting all my, not my trees, your trees down. And now I'm looking at the road that you put in with your storage. Is that permanent? Is that going to stay there forever? You don't know yet.
What's that?
You don't, that's going to be there forever.
Are
you going to expand? You're gonna
Forever
cut
is a
more
very long
down?
time. Again, because when they looked at it and determined what, that the original intended use that my predecessor bought that land for wasn't going to work. We have not circled back around as to how we're gonna now modify the site plan, as to where we need the storage, but there's no real plan, that I'm aware of to expand storage. There's no plan to turn it into fill. I can't
Are you
predict,
done? Are you basically done cutting down anything else? Or you don't
to
know?
my knowledge, but I can't answer that without having a talk. But one of the things that we will do, we'll put this on a topic for a future engineering meeting. And if you could do me a favor and send an email to supervisor@henrietta.org, that includes Mr. Hafner's, well, I've already got her contact.
Yeah.
But what we'll do is we'll talk about, so we can bring you in. In other words, I'm sure there's flexibility there, because again, it was more space than we need for this purpose. So we can look at what we can do to minimize the impact on the view out your backyard.
Yeah, it's not so bad in the summertime because the
There's
foliage is there,
foliage,
but now,
understood.
I'm just saying. All right,
Yep,
thank you very much.
you bet. This woman in the back?
Hi, my name is Deja and I live off of Authors Ave. One of my main concerns was the fact that the odor is supposed to not be an issue, and if it is, then they would be cited for it. But how many times do they have to be cited for it till they get shut down? Because once they correct it and show that they're taking corrective action, it's cleared out. And then it's an all over process again. So do we have to make complaints every day for it to get shut down, or what is it going to take?
So again, basically what happens, the way that works, the first offense, and any of the stuff, they have a certain number of days, and I can't quote the DEC regulations off the top of my head, but they have a certain number of days to correct. If they don't, then it escalates. And they typically, there's a first, second, and third offense, and I believe it's after the third offense. But again, I don't know the DEC regulations. I just know the town, we won't have the tolerance to have what's going on at the current location to have it there. If that's basically, if what we're seeing at the current location happens here, then we're gonna basically say, I guess we're not gonna be able to do composting in Henrietta.
Okay. Then another issue was, is there going to be an actual environmental service, like impact report gonna be released, or
What?
an environmental service impact report? So
Do you mean, like a seeker, state environmental quality review?
yeah, so like
Environment- yes,
how
that-
is the community gonna be impacted by it?
That's already in process.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Yep. Nope, sorry, the gentleman behind you.
Hi, I'm Al and Aaron Lesnick, and we live off of Nevins Road. Just had a couple questions just for curiosity's sake.
So I think we had the same concerns coming into this as everybody else had. We were concerned about the smell and how it was going to impact us. It seems as though, like, I understand that that's going to be remedied, and that's a moot point at this point for us. I think the biggest, not concern, but we just have a lot of questions surrounding this, because whether we just missed it or there just wasn't effective communication about this project, I think the piece of it that's missing is, and I even went through your website, looked at everything, there's not a lot of information on the actual process of how your composting is done. I understand from, I think, an interview with you that they do utilize mushroom composting, but there's not a lot of information available on your website that really explains that process to understand like what the secondary like byproducts of that are. So I went looking for information to try and further educate ourselves, and we couldn't find that. And I think if we had additional information about the actual process, that would maybe have made a lot of people, I mean, I can't speak on everyone's behalf, feel
Sure.
a lot better about what's happening. So I think that that's a huge portion of this that's missing that we would certainly appreciate. And then it was sort of discouraging to not be able to find it on your website either. And additionally, on your website, we looked at what products will be available to be composted, and it lists off a bunch, and then it says, et cetera. So we were like, what is the et cetera? So it's not very clear. So that leads us to have some concerns about what type of products will be put in here. And if, you know, I'm sure you can't pick immediately through everything that's being dumped there. What happens when people put things into their compost bins that are not, you know, things that are acceptable to be composted? Where does that refuse go, essentially?
Yeah, these are all, can I go ahead? And
Sure,
address them?
absolutely.
These are all great questions. So let me address the first one regarding communication. This is really a public-private partnership. The town of Henrietta and Impactor, which is a private entity, are trying to get composting started in Henrietta. And so it behooves all of us to stay in communication with each other. And so can we do a better job? Absolutely. And we need to in order to be successful. It's not just the affluent issue, which we feel we will be able to rectify at the new site. But it just regarding QC. And by the way, every day, we've got over 5,000 customers in Monroe County. Every day they put stuff that should not go in the compost.
I'm sure of that.
We have a very good customer base that's very well educated, and they do a really good job. But we do actually pick through as we dump. So now, do we get everything? No, but there is a screening process. Once you get down about 4 or 5 weeks, that will collect like some plastics are harder to identify than others by the naked eye. So sometimes we let those go through and see if they start to compost. Because if they don't, then we have to pull them out.
Okay.
So, but we do accept bioplastics. And I didn't think we had anything on the website that would say et cetera, but I'll double check. to make sure, because that's yeah, no, I believe you. I just, that's a marketing issue, because that's, you know, in terms of how we sell the product, because everybody calls us all the time and asks, what can I compost? Can I compost Keurig K-cups? Can I compost tea bags with or without the staple in them? And can I compost diapers? Can I compost my dog's feces? I mean, we have a dedicated, we get, yes, people every day. And so we answer those questions every day. We have a dedicated customer service person. So the nice thing about on-site presence versus where we are today, for instance, is that it's another interface for the public with us. And those are really super important. We have a lifestyle store on Monroe Avenue in Brighton. which you've probably never been to.
Didn't I saw it on your website?
Oh,
but
great, yeah.
not been.
So that's great for those folks that come into the store. We do a lot of interface. Our business model is all about behavior change and trying to get everyone swimming in the same direction with regard to these environmental issues.
So one of the things we have had in the past, the Sustainability Committee and Color Energy Green has had some discussions about composting, and specifically like the two major systems we were looking at was aerated static pile, which is what they do, and the other one is vermiculture. Originally, we were actually looking at a vermiculture site for this until the person said that it would cost the town $250,000, and we said, no, thanks. This isn't going to cost us anything beyond the grant. The second thing is, as far as the mushroom mycelium, basically where that came in, there was someone who posted a picture online. It was part of a news story that saw these white plastic bags and said they're dumping trash. It wasn't actually trash. It was sawdust with mushroom mycelium. That's come out of research that there's the Golisano Institute for Sustainability at RIT, and they do a bunch of studies on ways to take that and coffee grinds and other stuff to make really essentially good tree food, is the lack of a better way to put it. And Robert can probably address it better than I can, but, you know, so that's one of the things they were looking at, because as you can imagine with, oh, by the way, all these Starbucks, there's a lot of coffee grounds, right? And so how can I take that, which I got to believe is a really acidic product, and how can I use that and turn it into something useful from a composting standpoint? So those are the kinds of things that the Golisano Institute of Sustainability looks at, and they do test work, and they come up with these processes that, hey, if you take that and you mix it with this and you mix it with this and you compost it and you get it up to this temperature, it's going to produce a good compost. So that's where some of that comes from. But I guarantee you, Pat Warninger, the chair of the committee, would love to host a educational seminar on the science of composting.
Yeah, and we would want to be a part of that.
Absolutely.
We do those now all throughout Monroe County, so.
And, so when you guys remove the non-compostable refuse,
Yep.
do you take it to like Waste Management, or do you have a partnership with Waste Management?
Casella.
Casella,
Yep.
okay.
Mhm.
And my other question is, so we live on Nevins, and we frequently love to hear the tire garage behind our house. But also,
Dunn Tires you're referring to?
Yes.
Yeah.
which was lovely when it was being built, but
That was before me.
yeah. And
Apologize.
we also hear several coyotes. So what is the impact of having all of this, consumable waste?
Yeah.
What does it attract, like other types of varmint, like animals, rodents? Like what type of impact does that have?
Sure. So the biggest concern is rats, obviously, because they're really hard to get rid of once you get them. Not going, in 10 years, we've never had at either location. It's all about the mixing and the covering, and you have to do that throughout the day and every day. So we specifically, when we were talking to the town, we said we originally were operating on Saturdays and sometimes on Sundays, and we stopped doing that. And so we're only operating Monday through Friday in terms of dumping and mixing. So we do sometimes have seasonal workers that come in on a Saturday to help move the pile, for instance, but that's not, at that point, it's already been mixed. So as long as you're doing that, I will say we've got lots of pictures of turkeys that like our pile. So there's about,
Not bad problem, but-
13 or 14 turkeys hung out all last year with us. We have not seen any coyote tracks, although we do know there are coyotes in the area. We just haven't seen them on site. And to date, we've not had any issues with vermin. The only thing you have to worry about in the summer is flies.
Sure. And I did read a lot of information about, there is a composting site in Geneva. I don't think that you're affiliated with them, but
No.
Some of the issues in regards to like the smell, it talked about like when you guys are turning it over,
Yeah.
that tends to be when people are noticing the smell the most.
Yep.
Is that something that will still exist regardless of the drainage change? Like will you still have a potent smell even on a drier site than you would normally? Like,
Well, the hope is not, right? And so the science,
even
the
removing
science,
that water.
the water is the big issue on the current site. And like I said, the proposed site, it is sort of on a plateau and sort of sticks out. So it's very windy and it's got full sun exposure.
Okay.
So we're gonna have sort
So
of the.
turning it in a drier environment would still not, appropriate like a.
Well, it also matters what you
theory.
put in. Yeah, so the idea, so we talked about mushroom mycelium. So that's a local Henrietta company, Leap Foods, that provide, that supplied, that was going to the landfill, and they now divert that to us. We also get coffee chaff from Tim Hortons. Yep. And so that's very acidic, as Steve had mentioned. So it's sort of like food waste, in that if you're gonna put a bag of that in of 750 pounds, you gotta offset that with 2 times the amount of other carbon. So it's really, it becomes a science project.
Okay.
And again, we don't want to make smell or very much affluent. A little bit of affluent is okay because we can use it to re-wet the pile. Our operation also includes a washing system. So we wash toters and buckets. It's part of the membership program. We don't dump your toter or bucket, we swap it.
Okay.
So once we dump them at our site, then we wash them, and that gray water can then be blended at that point and then used on the pie.
Okay.
So we're trying to reuse, this building a circular economic model. We're trying to reuse everything and still be compliant with, with the rules and regs that the DEC or the town would
Okay.
have. Yeah.
You have a question?
So are you using mushrooms in your compost piles?
It's not a huge ingredient currently.
So will it be spores airborne in the air?
They're all in bags. I mean, they've gone through 2 cycles of inoculations. About 5% of those, if you planted those in the ground, will fruit. We don't plant anything in the ground currently and have no intention of doing that. And they pretty quickly dry out when they're above the ground sitting there. They pretty quickly dry out.
And let's see. I saw with your interview with News 10 that you plan on not charging the company rent. Is that correct?
Not doing what?
Charging the company rent for the property on.
Yeah, so the amount we would get in rent is minuscule. I'd rather, what we talked about is, and again, it was part of that RFP process, is that what we would rather see is free service for our residents. So there was, Henrietta residents would be able to drop off, and then we also talked about a number of services for those people for whom dropping off, whether it's seniors or somebody who's mobility impaired, for whom dropping off would be difficult, they'll actually pick up.
Right, so we currently do drop off, or we accept drop off, and then curbside, and so we can blend those 2 together. And the idea here is that service is valued much higher than a rent would be.
Right.
So we're.
But this way, it's soft costs for them. One of the things is you start with any new industry, period, and especially ones that are, I'll call it green in nature and based off of, little margins, right? Little place to make money. Anytime you can do soft costs versus hard costs, it helps them. But like I said, I think it's greater benefit to our residents. The amount of what we would do with the little revenue that we would get for rent, we could do much better, get a lot greater value by offering the free service to our residents.
I'm just curious,
Yeah.
aside from that, are there any other businesses in the area that, obviously this is not a nonprofit, it's for profit.
We're
for
not-
profit.
yeah, we're
Are there any other
certified, sir.
businesses in the area that you have that process that you don't charge rent for?
Businesses, like we don't, we do stuff with the school district. I don't know about businesses. No, generally not, but like I said, arguably, we are charging rent. The rent is providing free service to our residents. So, it's another way to look at it. If they're not providing that service, then they're out.
And then just curious, so you are trying to change the zoning for the 120 acres behind that area, correct, to industrial?
It's 68, I think all told. So like I said, we have a 68-acre parcel. We have, I don't remember what the other one is
It was
to
like
the
Monroe County and
south of
West
it.
Henrietta School District.
The county has one that's already, again, partially. The school district is also partial. I've reached out to both of those entities. To be honest, most of those parcels are wetlands. You can't do industrial or residential with them.
But with the rezoning, is the idea in the future to potentially sell it to this business?
No, not at all. Again, it's just so that we're compliant here, because this gets into the gray area because we've got a public-private partnership. I'd rather not be in the gray area. I'd rather be in the white, right? So I'd rather do the rezone, do it all properly. Like I said, I would say probably 50 to 60 acres of that 68 acre parcel, maybe not quite that much, probably closer to the 50, is wetlands and non-usable. We don't have any plans of selling that for industrial. If you look at the other portions in this area that are industrial, it's things like there's a landscaping business. I don't remember, there's 3 or 4 businesses on that section of Middle Road. One already, they're, if they haven't done it already, they're working on self-storage. So it's that type of use. It's not like the heavier industrial that's north of Lehigh Station Road.
And I just have a few more questions.
Sure.
So will the surrounding neighborhoods, if this is approved, receive some sort of tax abatement or credit? For the potential owners similar to like High Acres or something like that?
Why would they get, I'm not aware of any tax abatement credit you're talking about. I'm not sure what you mean.
I have one other question. Is this only going to be for residents of Henrietta and businesses in Henrietta, or is this going to be stuff that's being brought in from outside surrounding areas?
Like
outside
Monroe
Henrietta?
County, other counties?
Correct. So 95% of what we collect today comes from Monroe County.
What's the future plan? Are you trying to?
I mean, we're building something for the Finger Lakes region, so
Okay.
I can't say it will
I-
always be exclusive to
Right.
Monroe County.
I'll just say that this site would not be able to take in
No,
stuff
not
from the
even
whole.
Okay, that was what we were
This
wondering.
has
Like,
a-
Gonna be like massive piles.
No,
that are
no,
taken
no.
in.
I see the roads expand. So are you trying to get like bigger trucks that come in?
No.
So we collect everything in pickup trucks and 16-foot box trucks, and it
Okay.
will never be anything, I can guarantee you, from me to you, it will never be anything bigger than that. We don't want to be in the big rig trucking business. Our model is not set up that way. There are other composting companies that use like old converted garbage trucks to do that. That is not,
Yeah,
our
so
mission.
this is more, again, it's a pilot. We expect it to be fully operational and go for a while, and again, allow residents and hopefully forever that residents will be able to use it. But it is not their long-term solution because it's just not that big. It's 5.7 acres, of which I think only like, not even 3 acres is at the top of the plateau where, so they're looking at, it's like 40 by 125 foot area is the compost site area. And then there's other areas to store the finished compost. But it's not, it will never be a massive compost. It's just,
Yeah, and so if I could expand on that to just to answer your question more fully, our strategic plan is to have one of these everywhere in every community. Because that is the most effective way to do it. And then you can tailor it to each community. Each
Right.
municipality has its own needs. It might not have space. I mean, we're from Brighton and I've been talking to Bill forever about where we would put it. There just isn't any space to put it. That makes sense, right? So you have to tailor those approaches, but it's a hub and spoke model. So and again, this would be the first one permitted, registered in Monroe
I
County.
think you just hear commercial and you're just picturing Wegmans dumping all of their leftover.
no, yeah. It's just as opposed to the other type of composting is agricultural. And in that case, it's either you're taking the farm product, the organic material from the farm, composting and selling it, or you're taking organic material from off the farm, composting it and using the compost on the farm. As soon as both the input and output are to and from the farm, that's considered commercial composting. That's the distinction. It's
And it seems
commercial
like you
versus
would have
agricultural.
The ability to get some of that compost as residents.
Correct.
like
So if
that's the
you are a participant, yeah, what he does is, if you read the website, when the people who participate in the program and provide organic material, May?
Every April, we give back
Every April?
to every one of our members.
Yeah.
So, and the amount is dependent on how much they're giving us. So we actually have a formula for that.
And will that be a fee for Henrietta residents to give back?
We did not include that as a fee. It would be free to Henrietta residents.
Who participating? Henry?
Yeah, you have to
Yeah.
participate in the program for sure.
And then the last question I have for you, you said as soon as potentially April 17th, move it over to that site?
April 17th is our next town board meeting, so that's the earliest because of some of the stuff, because of the seeker isn't done. We basically aren't ruling on this tonight. And we typically for rezones, we don't like to approve the rezone in the same meeting that the public hearing is. So both the special use permit and the rezone are on the agenda for April 17th. So my point is that's the earliest it could happen. And that also depends on will the DEC's approval come in before then? These approvals are not contingent upon that. He just can't operate until he has the approval from the town and the approval from the DEC.
And once
So-
you have the approval and the green light, how long does it take to get like 100% capacity and up and running?
Well, we would immediately stop dumping food waste at the current site and transition that over.
But is that like a week time to get up to 100% capacity?
Well, an ASP system to build, like we built several of them. They don't really take a long time. I mean, we could certainly do it within a week and build it, assuming that the electric and the water and all of the other utilities and things were in
Right.
place.
And it'll be up to like what the proposal looks like in that, the special use permit, that design drawing. That's what it'll look like.
I'm not sure. I mean,
We
revised
don't
it.
have the updated plans because again, so those were just the preliminary plans. As we talked about, we're working with the CET and the DEC to finalize plans. We've been working on them multiple days per week, you know, so like I said, they're really trying to, I mean, we're even taking into looking at stuff like, for the finished products, we're talking about covering it with solar panels over the top so that it keeps the rain off of them. And oh, by the way, also helps reduce electric costs there. You know, there's a bunch of stuff we're looking at. The multiple walls so that I can push and scoop it. It also then blocks the wind if you do it on the windward side, which then means that they will hopefully not have to wet the pile as much as they otherwise would. But you know, we're also working on right now, you know, getting the utilities out to that site, because regardless of whether this happens or not, our plan was always to put a facility there, because again, if we're gonna have people there for leaf and brush drop off, and then people working there, I want to have a facilities. I don't want them to have to shut down, lock the gate, drive, go use the restroom, and then come back. There's gonna be a small office there as well. And again, that's what's being covered by that EECBG grant from the Department of Energy. So there won't be taxpayer dollars used in that. It's actually gonna come from the Department of Energy.
And is this type of facility subject to like routine, like DEC inspection?
Yes.
Okay, that's gonna be another question.
I mean,
How
they-
frequently does that occur?
Well, I mean, the DEC's been out at least three times in the last 6 weeks.
So once it's up and running, like,
Yep.
do they do like quarterly, like I have radiology inspections? Do
Yep.
they do like quarterly inspections?
They do regular inspections. We don't know what the schedule is gonna be yet, but as soon as we do, we would want to put that out to the
Okay.
public as well. Right, you know, part of what we do, you know, doing environmental education and tours and things of that nature, we're not trying to hide anything
Sure.
here. We are who we are, and we're trying to do the best that we can, and then improve upon that. This site is gonna be, lights out compared to where we are today. I mean, it's just, you know, night and day.
It will be a gated site, but the reason for that is the same thing we learned at our leaf and brush drop off on Martin Road. If you don't have a gate across there, people go and dump garbage. You'll find tires, appliances, bags of trash. So that's part of, you know, but like I said, that it will certainly be open, and during, you know, he'll run tours and leaf and brush drop off. You'll be in and out of there. So it's like I said, that's anyway. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
In the back.
My name is Melissa Richardson. I live on Authors Avenue. I guess I'm concerned about the runoff that comes off of the site, because we're like directly running down towards the Genesee Valley Trail and all of that wetlands that runs back where you guys were gonna put that 140 homes, 142 homes. And I was concerned about the runoff there coming down into by Sherman School and that creek area that runs down.
Right.
I'm always concerned about water. My backyard sits in water constantly and I have animals.
So this is on the other side of the West Branch from you, so none of the water here could possibly reach, it would have to flow uphill to get to where you are. In between this location and Nevins is a low point below anything. That's that protected wetlands that's on that 68 acres. That flows north under Lehigh Station Road to the west of Florendon, up through the town hall and out through Red Creek. In terms of the development to the south of you, they have a requirement to reduce runoff to all the neighboring properties. So hopefully that will help address your wet issue there, because again, that's part of the condition on that special use permit. They are gonna have to put in a bunch of systems to capture that water, and they're even gonna regrade to drain water that currently sits against the houses. I've just forgotten,
Arthur's
Wallman, along Wallman Road, that, you know, on the south side of Wallman Road, the water runs there. They're gonna have to reverse that to draw the water away from there. So hopefully we're gonna see basements and yards dry out there some.
I'll be happy. I've been
Yeah.
there for 25 years, and when you dredged the creek behind there, I didn't have a problem, and now I do. Since that behind Sherman, they used to dredge
Right.
back there, and they don't do that anymore.
We
So now I
can't
sit
do
in
that
water.
anymore. The DEC changed the rules, unfortunately.
Doesn't help me.
I know it doesn't help you, but, you know, one of the things we're looking to is control the water going in there. One of the things, most of the DEC meeting went really well. The only one that didn't go all that great is we talked about the possibility of, putting a weir at the north end of that giant wetlands, so that during heavy rain events, it would hold water back. And only in that way, because one of the problems is you've got the branch that comes up Florendon, you have the branch that comes over from Authors, behind Authors, you have the branch that comes south from across the Calkins Road, and they all meet near Red Creek and they back up and it floods. And so our thought is, if we can hold back all the stuff that's coming from the south and only let it out at a trickle, that'll help that flow better. They said that our chances were pretty slim to get that approved, because it would essentially raise the water on the wetlands and then drain it back down as it goes down. But we'll still keep trying, because I agree, you know, one of the problems with Henrietta clay, so we've got this clay surface, the water sits there. It was a floodplain before the Genesee River. So very flat in a lot of areas, lot of lowland water, and they basically, especially in the older neighborhoods, they didn't pay as much attention to drainage that they do today. And so a lot of those old neighborhoods have a lot of drainage problems, and we're looking at cost-effective ways that we could potentially, you know, help reduce the water. If you can hold back the water, that allows, you know, would allow the stream from Authors to flow better, all the better. There is also some work to the east of you where we're basically requiring a developer to dredge a pond, because it seems to have silted in. And so that should also help, hopefully, decrease the amount of water flowing towards your
When I
property.
stand on that milling station where you guys are at, and I look down, it just looks like it's all coming down like towards me, like when I'm
Yeah,
traveling that way, it comes, it's like directly to
It
me.
does not cross the railroad tracks, I promise you. It goes north through the park. So,
So, okay, and that's 140 homes are still going in over there, and it won't affect them, the 140?
this will not affect them at all. Nope.
And this is not gonna get like huge, it's not gonna get.
Nope.
I mean, we're going for a DEC registration, not a permit, so that keeps that caps the amount of total weight that we can bring in to the site.
And when we were sitting there with the DEC doing the calculations, it was like, I think they were like a third of the limit for the cap.
Yeah, I don't think
For
we
the-
can get there on the site anyway. I
right.
think we could process enough through the site.
Okay.
So my point with what I had said earlier about the strategic plan for Impact Earth regarding composting is that we need multiple sites. If you're gonna effectively deal with food waste and take it out of the landfill, one site is not enough.
Okay.
And the other issue you have when you have the central, right, you kind of lose some of the sustainability benefits if I'm trucking all my food waste halfway across the county, right? That's part of, he's talking about Spoken Hub. So the idea is, okay, the stuff in and around Henrietta, I only have to make a short trip. I'm not hauling it all the way out to Sweden to a compost facility out there, that kind of defeats the purpose if I'm burning all this fossil fuel to avoid from creating greenhouse gases. It's kind of.
I've been in Geneva and I've gone past the dump out there and it's not pretty sight.
Right.
But we don't run that.
Oh,
They
I
don't
thought
run that.
what
That's
they
not
said
them.
you did.
No.
Oh.
No,
I'm
one of
sorry.
the earlier folks involved who was talking of interest, originally there were two companies that were expressing interest in potentially operating our site. They were involved in that, but they dropped out. They did not put in a response to the RFP.
So, but you're saying out of the 127 acres, not all of it will be used or utilized for this, right? Like
Oh,
the
so
thing
this is
that-
what I'm saying, that the rezone is separate. It's related, but it's separate. The parcel that this is on is 5.7 acres total. And it can actually, that includes what's down into the wetlands. The portion on the plateau that they're going to be able to be using is about 3 acres. There's a bit of other, so there's additional areas for storage of the leaf and brush and that type of stuff, but their active area is about 3 acres. That's it. The majority of the land being rezoned is in that giant wetland that it can't be dealt with, can't be touched. And like I said, it really doesn't matter whether it's residential, industrial, commercial, it really doesn't matter what it's zoned. You can't use it because it's wetland.
Does it have to be zoned industrial for it to be used this way? Because it's already Henrietta land, right?
So as I was saying, if it was just the town doing it, no, we would not need to rezone it. Because it's this public-private partnership, it gets into the gray area. I'd rather not be gray.
Oh.
There really is not a negative impact for that land being rezoned.
Other than the people that live on that road, right?
No, it's not a negative impact for them, because again, so there's this, someone might say, well, you're not gonna sell any of the land, but what about a future board? Well, if a future board's gonna sell it, they could rezone it and sell it in the future anyways. Yeah, I can't stop a future board. There's nothing we can do to stop a future board from doing stuff that people don't like. But what we can do is put into place the stuff, and it's a working system, and, you know, we can minimize the impact on that. And again, for the people who live there, it's completely up to them. It really has zero impact on the town as to whether they participate or not. If it were me and I was living there, I would participate, because again, I can continue to use it as residential as long as I wanted. And if, you know, somebody wanted to come in and open up one of the things in industrial, you can use, do small commercial, and that's what you're seeing when they rezoned the houses on the north half of this block, on the west-hand side. That's what you're seeing that's going in there. Now, one of the things that we corrected that we really did not like is, so this area has been industrial for a while. Oh, by the way, one of the heavy industrial properties just north of Lehigh Station Road had a leak. It's now in the groundwater. Oh, these houses were all still on wells. Well, if you're going to be in industrial zone, you shouldn't be on wells. So the town, using community development block grant funds and ARPA funds, we put in a water main on Middle Road. So that way those houses no longer are on wells. Because again, that to me, that if you looked at the hardness of their water, you know, this is one of the things that does happen when you do better stormwater control. The thing where it does have a potential adverse impact sometimes are wells. And so, you know, they were seeing very high mineral contents in their water systems. They were having all kinds of issues. So like I said, that there were 3 locations we identified as places that we want to bring water to for people on wells. That was the priority because they're already in an industrial zone.
Plus, I remember we saw the people brought in their dishes.
Right.
And the plastic ware was all
Pitted
it was contaminated.
Yeah, yeah.
It's terrible.
So
it's
like I
needed.
said, we do look at that, and we do try to address that and fix those kinds of issues where we can. I will say we are resource constrained, right? We don't have the tax revenues that a Brighton has. That's why our tax rate is 98 cents per thousand and theirs is $6 and something per
Right.
thousand, right? But I'm okay with having that problem. We'll-
So before you vote on this, because I know you're not voting on this all
Right.
tonight, you are going to wait for this environmental report, and it is going to be made public to the rest of us before that happens. You've
It-
been
it-
running a year
So
now,
depends
right?
what you mean by made public. It will be on the website. If you go to /projects, it'll be up there.
Okay,
Again, it's a state environmental quality review. The environmental assessment forms, parts 1, 2, and 3, it's the long form. So that will be up there, yeah.
before you vote on this,
Mhm.
right?
It has to be completed by law. We can't move forward. That's why even if we wanted to move tonight, we couldn't, because that's not done. You cannot, so like if you've heard some of these special use permits, you hear negative declaration. It's a term that confuses a lot of people. What a negative declaration means is, as part of environmental impact, you're identifying all these potential adverse impacts, and the developer has to mitigate them all. And what the negative declaration says is there are no remaining unmitigated potential adverse impacts.
Okay.
The opposite is a POSDEC, or a positive declaration, which says there are some remaining, at which point the project is put on hold, and then they have to do, typically what they'll have to do is the environmental impact study. So that's a much longer, much bigger process. And talking with the DEC, who's an involved agency in this particular case, they agreed that so there's kind of there's actually 4 levels. There's one where it's so small, I don't have to do the study. The next one is I can do a short form. The next is I can do the long form. And then the biggest one is I have to do an environmental impact study. They all agreed this was at the level of the long form. So that's what we're doing. And it's a coordinated review, which means we reached out to other government agencies and said, hey, do you guys have any concerns? What do you want to see in this as well? So,
Okay.
and then part of the hearing, the reason we're having this hearing now, well, I don't like to wait till it's all done, because if people here identify some things we haven't thought of, I want to fold those into that study and make sure they're mitigated before we rule on it. I don't want to get to next meeting and say, oh, well, geez, I hadn't thought of that. I want to hear these things now.
Okay, when might we see that? Like, do you have a timeline when that might be out?
Chris, do you remember when the 30 days is up by any chance? I would say, so it's probably been 21 days since we sent the notice out. So 9 more days till the end of the 30 days. We have to wait to hear back from everybody. And then probably another week after that. So I would say probably 2 weeks from now,
Okay,
ballpark-ish.
okay,
I won't put Chris on the spot and make him answer on the record.
okay, thank you.
Yep. Nope, this gentleman here.
Hi, Steve and board. I'm Rich Nesson from 1285 Erie Station Road. We've had a lot of communication. And I appreciate the town's efforts, moving it quickly, getting that all done. So I do appreciate that. I particularly appreciate Craig for his kindness and listening to our many odor complaints and things. One issue we had with the odor, which I want to pass on for the future here, the odor comes at night, particularly in the evenings when it gets cool, it settles down from where it is in the atmosphere or whatever, the odor comes down. We were unable to get code enforcement or anyone there at night besides the sheriff. So that's not a good plan, I don't think, if the residents are gonna have odor complaints, which with everything you're doing, I really hope they don't. But if they do, is there some plan to address some after hours code enforcement so that can happen?
So one of the difference here is this is our property. So we actually don't even have to use code enforcement. If the town feels it's an issue, we can basically say it's got to be shut down.
I see.
We have to follow laws and rules. Property owners have rights. We have to go through the court system. We have to go through all that stuff. So from a code enforcement standpoint, it is much more difficult to enforce stuff on private property than it is to enforce things on town-owned property.
All right, great. Is there, and now I think now that you've gotten the DEC regs and everything is going well, you've got a plan to have sufficient brown matter? Because I think that's been a bit of an issue there, that the DEC was pretty clear on those regulations.
Someone agrees with you.
Yes, and that's, I think you guys are addressing that, right?
That we are, and like I said, that it's this spring, it's, if you read the newsletter, nice big red bold new site for leaf and brush drop off. So that leaf and brush drop off is starting. I don't remember what's the first, it's sometime later this month, I believe.
Just got my newsletter today.
Yeah, so I'm taking it back. I think it's mid-April.
First week in May.
Yeah, so in April, you'll be able to start bringing the leaf and brush. We don't have to wait for this approval because again, that's pure town use.
Right.
We can do that. So we will start to collect the leaf and brush at the site, so they'll have lots of brown matter to mix.
Okay, one other issue we noticed too, there was significant increase in flies on our property. It was kind of strange, but we noticed as soon as we came out the door, there were flies all over the place last summer, much more so than in previous summers. And it's not because of my two goats. It's because we've
Oh, you have those goats.
we've had the
I
two goats.
remember that.
That's right. We've had the two goats for a while and we never had flies like that. And so I was wondering if there were any specific things to address flies, if that's the case.
Yeah, so I can tell you with a surety that it was definitely coming from us. So July and August are always, we call them maggot months. Those are the two worst months of the year. And we have to take extra precaution. Obviously, we had a huge bloom this summer that we were not expecting. Part of that is because of the water on the property. So we just basically exacerbated that problem. The best way to mitigate flies and larvae is to mix and cover properly. So as long as you keep your temps and your they don't have a place to grow. The issue is that every bucket or the issue that we have to deal with on a regular basis in those months is that every bucket and every toter we pick up every day has maggots in it in those 2 months. And so we're putting live larvae and maggots right into the pile. And so getting that temp up quickly to try to kill as many of those as we can. However, there is some benefit to having some of that in there, obviously from a microbial perspective. So there's a balance there. So striking a better balance is one of the things that CEP and the DEC has, we have to have that as part of our operations plan.
Right. So that's just one of the things the residents should be aware of, watching out for, if there's the increase in flies. I think you addressed the tonnage because there is DEC limits on the tonnage, which we learned from the registration. If you remember, I was the one that called the DEC and tipped them off to what was going on. And I never got an answer on how much tonnage they were bringing in at the time. But I'm glad to hear that you guys are on top of that now, and
Yeah, so
it's about a third of what they were.
Right, yeah, they, like I said, we actually met them on site, and of course, it happened to be a very cold and windy day. Couldn't have been one of the nice warm days, no. So they absolutely addressed that, because again, we brought up whether it made sense to do this as a permit or through the administrative
Right, so
process.
we currently do 2 to 3 tons a day, Monday through Friday, which amounts to just under 800 tons a year. The registration versus the permit is 2,400 tons a year. So we would have to more than triple in size in order to even start thinking about that. And 2.5 acres is not big enough to do that.
Okay.
You just aren't.
Yeah, I mean, I figured it wasn't. It was just there was no oversight of that, and that was sort of my last thing is just, is there some kind of an oversight? And I mean, it's a very different situation, obviously, now that you're going to be on the town land and there's going to be town involvement in the oversight of it. But that is clear. I mean, you guys are a business, you're trying to grow, and I think you've talked about that, but there shouldn't be more coming to that site from 7 counties if,
Well, like I said, it can't.
it's got a limit, right?
It's got a limit.
There is a limit,
Absolutely has a
and the
limit.
town should be aware of that and being on top of that.
Yep.
The last thing would be air quality testing. I know some of the residents had issues with that. I don't know if there's any way to do that, if there's any way to test that.
We'll look
But
into
it's
that.
something to consider.
We'll bring
because
that up
it-
with the CET and
Yeah,
DEC to see
it
what they
smells
got.
different on different days with
Right.
different qualities of smell and different qualities of pungent ammonia type smell. I mean, there's different things.
Although that was the first time I'd heard that.
Yeah, that was maybe unusual.
Right.
But it is
It wasn't
different.
It wasn't
Yeah.
goat urine.
I know, probably not. Probably not.
I also have a sheep, or is it one goat?
Oh, yeah, well,
Or is
we
one of the
actually,
goat really
we
look
got
like
rid
the
of one of the ghosts and now we have.
It's the sheep. Okay, that's what I thought.
it's
I
kinda
just wanted to
small.
make sure I wasn't going crazy. I was
No,
like,
no, we had
It sure looks like a sheep to me,
Yeah, it did.
but I grew up in suburbs, so I'm not a farmer by any. I grew up in a baby boomer town.
All right, great. Okay, anyway, I appreciate you guys moving
You
this
bet.
quickly and that this is happening, but I do feel for these residents and I
Yeah.
want them to know that I'll be here to support you if things go south with the odor. So keep this in mind.
I will tell you that these individuals definitely stay on top of the town.
Yeah.
My name is Sarah Neslin. I'm his wife. I live next door to the compost pile. We've been tracking the odor with an odor log for 6 months. And I was counting up today, 45 of the last 6 months, 45 days, we've gotten to experience. So a lot of the people here who have questions based on, well, what if, what's gonna happen? We've got our feet in the territory of living with it for 6 months. And I'm not sure, I'm pretty confident, based on what we can hear, that it's not the rain, because it's not the water necessarily that's causing the smell. There is a definite direct link to turning the pile. I mean,
Right.
we hear it and we smell it, and
So-
I have it tracked. So, I mean, for people here who are residents, keep an odor log along with your complaints, keep written information. Because as much as we have put in complaints, and I have kept a very detailed odor log for 6 months that tells temperature, wind direction, that doesn't have anything to do with it. I didn't keep track of rain, I wish I did, but, it hasn't really done anything because the code enforcement officer couldn't smell it. So for 45 days that we have experienced it, I didn't complain all of these days. We really got little action other than the news speeding this process up. I'm going to attribute it to Jennifer Luque's story that sped this process.
It was
up.
actually already in process, but you can
Well,
attribute it to her if you
in
want.
November, you were telling me, Steve, well, maybe in a year. And I'm like, what are we talking here? I can't live with this for years for you to get a grant. I can't live with the unknown, you know?
Right.
And I mean, thankfully, thank you for.
We did get the grant, by the way,
Yes,
in,
and thank you
in
for
December, so I'm not
requesting
sure.
that Operations for
what the year.
turning happen only on the weekdays. I
Right.
have noticed that it's Mondays and Tuesdays.
Yep.
I mean, there is a direct link to the turning of the pile, and I don't know.
So just to be clear, it's not necessarily that the rain is what causes the odor. The rain makes the pile overly wet. So when you turn it,
However.
it has a greater odor content.
However, even when it's not raining for a number of, a while, we haven't gotten a lot of snow. I'm not noticing that that's really the
Okay.
primary thing that I'm noticing is we hear the machines and it's starting to smell earlier and earlier in the day, 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock in the day. And then we know if we can smell it at 2 or 3 o'clock in the day, it is next level, as Jennifer Lukey says, it is next level in the evening, and it is vomit worthy. Today was weird. I don't know what the ammonia smell was, and it was different. But so I don't know. I'm so grateful that it's moving, but I feel for what if these issues are not specific? There are issues with the site for sure, but as you told us at our meeting in October, compost smells. He told us that.
Right.
Compost smells.
It does. I mean, compost.
Right,
has a
and
smell
like
to it.
I told you, we chose to live here and you get to go home to Brighton. We can't change, we can move, but it's not a good market. We can't,
Sure, can I elaborate on the smell thing? What I said specifically was compost smells, and there is a difference between good compost smell and bad compost smell.
Right.
And so knowing what that, obviously, your nose will tell you, right? So
Yeah.
we do not want bad compost smell,
Right,
because that means
right.
that something is.
That means the product is not
Something
good.
is wrong with the
Right.
process or what's going on in that particular pile, and that needs to be corrected.
Right.
And so that's the difference, but there is a compost smell. It smells more woody or earthy.
Right.
Right?
And we
That's-
would not have
that's-
any
that's
problem
what
with
you
a
wanted-
wood. We
that's
would
what
not
you
even be
wanted to smell.
complaining about a woody smell.
Of course not.
And that's not what the 45 days, and that's minus being on, out of town for 3 of those weeks. So, that's 25% actually.
Sure.
45 days out of 180, which would be 6 months, is 25%, which is, that's kind of high in my book. Did he ask about, now I can't remember what it was, and he's gone. Yeah, he's not gonna know because it was just something I thought of, but I guess that's it. Yeah, I feel but it reassures me that it's just a matter of, we didn't really see a lot of action, so even if there is issues at the new site,
Well, like I said, so as you know, there's a couple things going on. For one, I don't know why our code enforcement officer couldn't smell it.
Right?
Who knows? Whenever we sent him out, he swore up and down it did not stink.
But
I understand.
did
at
you
the-
go there, Steve, actually?
I
Have you
did.
ever been to the
Yes.
site? Did you smell it?
I wasn't there on the day. In other words, I've been by there. I haven't necessarily gone out on the day that you
smell.
have flagged as the stinky day. I've not smelled it. I know Craig has.
Yes, I know.
So,
He came to
because
our-
he's always like, I'll take care of it. So I'm like, okay. So like, you know, in that regards, in terms of I will also note, by the way, now we have 3 people who have, well, a second person is fully qualified for code enforcement, and we've got a third person who's all but 2 classes from completing that. So we will have more than one person in code enforcement in the future, because apparently the person who's been in code enforcement for years, I don't know why he can't smell that particular smell, but
Right, and that's, yeah.
it's problematic, but the issue is, so one of the issues that comes in, going back to the private property versus public property, on a private property, it has to be a code enforcement officer or a law enforcement officer who files, they have to put eyes, or in this case, nose, on the thing, or else we can't issue a stop work order or anything like that.
Right, and the sheriff did contact you, right?
The sheriff did talk to me, yep.
Right, and we still didn't get any action on that.
Well, so again, as we also talked about in this particular location, until they actually distribute the stuff off the site, they are covered by that agricultural loophole, which does allow odors to emanate. If you've ever driven through Avon, when that farmer uses the manure slurry on his fields, your eyes water. It's allowed under agricultural laws. So, this is switching to commercial, and as we both know, it's a loophole. We know he's really gonna be a commercial, but based on the law, you know, we have to follow and prosecute by the law. So at the new site, it's gonna be commercial, it's gonna be town land. A lot of the issues that you've seen from an enforcement standpoint go away in that regards because of that key difference. But it's also part of why, you know, like I said, we know there's problems there. We're trying to get them out of there. We're trying to speed this up so he can come over and operate here.
Right, we're very grateful for that.
Yep.
We just are feeling for the neighbors who may
Understood.
be affected. One discrepancy that happened earlier is you say that you've been operating another site for 8 years. I'm pretty sure that was organics and you were transporting to that site, but not operating the vermicomposting site. So this is in fact, I'm sorry to be spicy here, but there was a discrepancy of answers given here earlier. And this is the first site, right? That you are operating.
This is the first site that we've operated by ourselves.
By yourselves. You were transporting compost to organic, something out in Seneca Castle. So you were a
Correct.
transporter for 8 years.
That's not entirely true. So we did have responsibilities on site. We also ran a depackaging operation there, as well as a washing operation. So we had about 10 or 11 staff there every day. And part of our responsibility was partial maintenance of the piles.
Okay.
So-
Okay.
It's the first one they're doing sold.
So.
So,
it's the first
and
one
it's
sold.
the first ASP pile.
They were doing vermicomposting.
They were doing
correct.
vermicompost.
Yep.
So this is the first, so there's a lot of trial and error, I guess we could say, that's happening.
Well,
So-
hence the consultant, by the way, who's got many, many years of experience doing ASP.
Okay.
Right, that's why we brought in the CET and
After the fact, after about operating since last year.
well, again, I don't, you know, I may not like how a business is operating or an industry is performing. I don't get to go in and say, oh, by the way, you should talk to this consultant to, you know.
True.
So again, at the current site, have there been problems? Obviously, absolutely. Have there been lessons learned? Absolutely. Is there an issue with that loophole and with the fact that our code enforcement officer apparently can't smell stinky compost? Absolutely. We're trying to remedy those as fast as we possibly can.
Thank you for speeding up the process. Thank you for moving and being willing to move. I hope that it does not have any of these problems at the new. site.
And again, if
I
it
really
does,
do. I
if
really
it
do hope-
does, then it's, we're gonna have to shut it down and
Sarah,
we'll have to figure something else
Yeah,
out.
we want to be held to a higher standard. So this is the direction we want to go in. And the town of Henrietta has been gracious enough to say, we want to compost. And so let's figure this out together. And that's kind of a big deal in Monroe County.
I know. I wish it felt like the town was gracious with us and what we've gotten to live through. For the
Understood.
past 6
Yeah.
months. I mean, it took everybody else is having concerns out of the what ifs, my land value. When you smell this odor, it is a little bit about your land value because you want to get out of here and sell your house, but who's going to buy it? It's more the living
Right.
with and wondering, is this affecting my kid's health? Is this affecting George Zorno, who's, this elderly gentleman who lives directly across from it? We aren't going to know because there's no tests that have been done. The waterways, I'm concerned that, it's the DEC's, the wetlands and the Red Creek. I'm concerned that that wasn't a concern for anybody, the DEC or the town, that we haven't done any testing on that to see if there are issues that.
I don't know that they haven't done testing. I don't know that answer.
I've been asking you guys since.
Well,
November.
again, that's not, that is the DEC, so.
I know, but
we-
it is your town. I feel like our town would want to know if the Red Creek has been
I
polluted by.
we don't have the expertise to do the testing is what I'm telling you.
I know it has to just be hired, and if we needed to do that or pay a sniffer, we would have done it, but,
Right.
so. Sorry for
Okay,
being spicy.
thanks.
Thank you.
Actually, one last thing I wanted to say was to paint a picture of, think about your olfactory senses, right? They are directly linked to your emotions. And I know I get a little crazy about this because it's 6 months of living, walking out of my door and being blasted with a ripe dumpster stench anytime I want to leave. And it's been winter, so thankfully with baby, I haven't wanted to go outside that much. But you smell something good, it makes you feel good and you are happy. When you smell something bad, it goes and repeatedly for 6 months daily, it sends you to rage. So I used to have a lot more patience for this, but our senses are linked to our smell. And that is, that starts to become a little mental. I'm going having a little mentee bee some days of smelling this because it is how many months,
Right.
It's- I'm sorry to get emotional, but think about it. Think
Yep.
about it. You go outside of your house, everybody else here is concerned, but once they start smelling that, day in and day out, week in, week out, 6 months, and it seems like the town is gonna do whatever the town wants to do. And I am so grateful you are having this move. I am. But you gotta understand this from a personal perspective of, until you live it, you can't really understand. And I hope that I can appeal to some of your emotional, I feel for any neighbors where this is moving. And I didn't really want to speak all this because I don't want to prevent the move from happening at all. But I really feel I owe it to the neighbors of all of the investigative research, all of the things that we've
Right.
found, all of the
And-
ways that we've tried to challenge this, because I feel like the battle is not over. But you've said, if it's still a problem like it has been, you've acknowledged that, and that is on the record, that
Right.
it will get shut down.
Correct.
And that is reassuring. Thing
One of the
that-
things I want you to touch on is, what is the proximity from your house to the compost pile?
What is the number? No.
No, hers. No, to the current.
I mean, it's greater than what the DEC requires, but just barely. And George across the street is just barely outside
Right.
of that.
So do you know what
I think it's
200 feet,
It's
yeah.
something
So
like
I just want people to understand, like, again, most of the people here are from Authors Nevins neighborhood. The closest house is 4.48, so half a mile away. She's 200.
But the wind takes it because.
I
it
just
goes
measured it on the GIS. Please stop yelling out, that's not true, okay?
Further, I'm not sure how many feet they
Right.
are.
0.3. I understand. I'm just saying they're 200 miles, so that's, or 200 feet, excuse me, 200 feet. So that's not even a tenth of a mile. That's 0.05-ish, not even. So, okay, please stop.
Well, you're not up to the
You're not
microphone.
up at the mic. Okay. I would like, thank you for talking. I'd like to
Thank you.
recommend we take a 5 to 10 minute bio
Oh,
break.
we got somebody. think we-
I understand. We're gonna keep, I'm not closing the discussion, but we've been at this for 2 hours. I think some people might need to use the restroom.
Thank you.
So, we will reconvene at 9:10.
Is it 8:10 or 9:10? 9:10? That clock's wrong, huh? Damn, I've been here that long?
Oh, yeah. So we've been at it for 3 hours, not 2 hours. Yes, exactly.
Hey, how are ya? How's it going? Good.
So you, Yeah. Will be the only one.
Blended in at the bottom. On that screen, I can't even see it. Becky, can you hear us?
We can hear you.
All right. If people could please retake their seats, we'd like to continue the meeting. Okay. We have the next person who would like to speak on this public hearing.
Steve, before we do that, could I make a point of clarification to
Sure.
an earlier point about the creation of smell and the turning of the pile?
Yep.
And I'm going to bring Elias in.
Greetings, town. I'm Elias Putney. I work for Impact Earth. I'm also Robert's son. I've been a part of this business since its incubation, and it's been a pleasure to understanding the science about what it is we do, and we're really just aiding in a natural process. So the main issue that was brought up with the last speaker was when turning the pile, there's an influx of smell. And that's as a result of the anaerobic digestion, as opposed to what we prefer is aerobic digestion within the pile. And that's a matter of the amount of wood chips, the mixture itself within the system, and with the addition of leaf and brush drop off from the town, we would be able to better correct that mixture. So anytime we turn the pile, we wouldn't get that like soured milk smell that
Right.
that is one of the other things we're working with is we're partnering with the Army Corps of Engineers who run the Mount Morris Dam, and every spring every late spring they do a clearing of all the debris that's collected, and they contract with DeMiles Inc. To do all that, and we've been in direct contact with them to receive several truckloads of wood chips to the new site, which will be they do that in early July. I think it's July 7th is when they begin that process.
Great. In terms of, does the current site have the blowers and the pipes like we're talking about at the new site?
Correct.
It does.
It does?
Yeah, unfortunately, there isn't enough space within the pile for, even though we are blowing air through, because there's not enough space, because there's not enough wood chips. They provide those really nice
Gotcha.
air holes for it to go all the way through. There are some more compacted parts of the pile that can't really receive the airflow that's necessary for aerobic digestion, but with a better mix of wood chips, we would be able to correct that very
And I
quickly.
assume that the water content also impacts that, because typically the wetter stuff will compact more.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay. Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate that. Okay. I saw a couple hands, including a repeat customer. Come on up.
Got a few questions today. All these people talking, a few things came to mind. First of all, this is materials being brought in from all around Monroe County. Am I right?
That is correct, yes.
And how many trucks on an average day would be coming in and out of there as far as the traffic?
Three to five.
3 to 5 or something.
Yep.
Not that bad. And my concern would be with the noise of the equipment.
Sure.
Is there a lot of noise with the?
Well, the tractor makes noise, for sure. But I do think that at the proposed site, I think those sounds are, you have other, construction.
We currently have construction equipment there today. That, again, our Vector dump typically dumps its sediment there. If we have millings, they bring and dump the stuff there. We also have piles of topsoil that we store there. And in the past, like I said, we've stored a lot of equipment. So there were far more, from what I've seen on an average day. In fact, when we were just standing out there, there were at least 4 or 5 town trucks that came through while during the half hour, 45 minutes, we were talking to DEC. So in terms of that regards, moving some of the stuff out of there, I don't think you're going to, like I said, I think you'll see the same or less amount of truck traffic.
The other question I had is there going to be some sort of a restraint on operating hours?
Yes,
I mean,
so
as far
that,
as stores.
absolutely.
I mean, they're not going to be there at 5 in the morning.
They can't be there that are, Craig, the hours are? That's the limit. Now that, I don't even think they're,
We, generally speaking, in the summer, because we have more daylight to work with, we operate 7 to 3 or 8 to 4 in the winter. So those are the times that Monday through Friday that we want to be there.
Okay. You know, after listening to everybody, and the concerns that the previous couple had about the existing site and the problems they had. I just wonder why, you know, Henrietta doesn't really have a big enough area. It's just where you could put this thing where it wouldn't bother somebody. And I just wonder, why does Henrietta want to be in the compost business?
Because again, we look at that, you know, one of the things is right now composting is being trucked very far. I don't want to be in the composting business. I want to be able to provide free composting for our residents. I will challenge you to find anywhere in New York State that you can put a compost site that there won't be a neighbor complaining about it. Or for that matter,
Well,
you know, because like online, there's a bunch of stuff online when you know, people complaining about the new homes at the end of Authors and Evans, then people complaining about the new apartment complex that was on West Sunset, all of the apartment complexes that have gone in here, people complaining about the traffic, a new car wash. I get it. I understand what you're saying. But NIMBY is kind of universal. And so, you know, the idea here is we're working really hard to make this work by putting together a system that isn't going to stink. But again, I've made clear with Robert from the get-go, if it does stink, we're going to have to shut down, and he's going to have to try to locate. Now, in that case, you know, maybe he does go out and find a farm that, like one of the, you know, there's a big dairy farm in Rush. It already.
I live in Rush, don't.
Do you know which one I'm talking about, though? But do you know what?
Should have stayed near me.
Actually, it's south of Rush. Actually, now I think about it, it's actually Avon. It's because it's just across the border. When you're driving south from Rush on 15 and you get around that flashing light, when they do that manure spreading, it is brutal. You can smell it for miles.
Well, you know, I've heard a lot of good things said tonight, and I hope that the town will stand by what they're saying. Because that'll be the make or break part of it, to me.
Right.
And, thank you.
Thank you.
Joe.
Thanks, Joe.
Yep, coming up.
Hello, my name is Michael Nealon. My mother owns the property on 556 Middle Road. I had a few questions. One of them is, given the fact that you gentlemen are going to be rezoning almost all of Middle Road, our family has opted not to go with the rezone and stay residential. Now, given the fact that that's going to be industrial use for all the surrounding property, how does that impact our ability to register a complaint if the smell does get too bad, given that her house is probably about 200 feet from the border of that berm that's built where it's going to be put?
It doesn't affect it at all.
Okay.
It doesn't matter whether you're residential, industrial. The industrial has to do with them. That there's that restriction in industrial as opposed to agricultural, that basically they can't have that impact leaving, so.
Okay. But you could see why I would ask that question.
Yep,
just because
absolutely.
we're surrounded by industrial zone area soon. I guess my other concern is the fact that the Nestlins had to pretty much argue with you guys for 6 months. And it's just, as a Henrietta resident, we need more than that. We need, as you said, that it likely won't smell, but we don't know for sure. We're going to be living right next to it. It probably will stink. And we just want to know if there's going to be somebody that's specific that we could register a complaint with, if you guys would do that.
Turn around. So that's Craig Eckert raising his hand. He's the deputy town supervisor. He's been gone out. You heard Sarah thanked him for all of his efforts in that regards. You know, the thing is, like I said, a lot of people kind of forget property owners have rights. And, you know, so like one of the things people say, oh, well, there's a mess in the backyard. Why don't you go do something about it? Because we're not allowed to enter the backyard without a warrant. You know, we have to abide by the law. Now, as I said, there's a huge difference in this scenario. It's our land. We can't violate our own rights, right? We can do what we want on our land within the confines of zoning and all the other stuff, right?
Okay.
But the point is that's a huge difference when, you know, there are properties in town, and I won't get into go down that whole rat hole, but there are people who know how to play that system, and they, you know, we find them, we do stuff, they go in, they, you know, it's non-trivial for people who want to follow the rules. When we send them a notification, say you're in violation of the rules, if they're good neighbors, they fix it, right? If they don't want to fix it, they don't. In this particular case, it's a slightly different thing. Under the agricultural rules, he's not in violation. According to the DEC, he's not in violation. So we can't really shut him down. If we do, he goes to a judge and says, hey, they illegally shut me down, and they reopen. So we don't want to waste taxpayer money spending time in court. But what we said to him is, look, this isn't working. We've got to fix it. Okay. The issue is at the time, right? So as the piles grew, the problem grew. And then we got into winter, and you're limited as to what you can do. We've been on this, you know, she likes to say it was the story. That's fine. The stuff was already moving. The stuff was already happening. We already had been talking to DEC. We'd already reached out to the CET. We'd already gotten approval for the grant from the DOE. That, by the way, if you've never done a Department of Energy grant application, if you really want to smack your head against a brick wall, I encourage you to try submitting a grant app. Oh my God.
At the end of the day, she's still the one that needed to smell that stench though, sir.
I understand that,
what I'm doing-
but again,
We can always agree or disagree. I'm just saying that I need more from the town of Henrietta to address this. If we come to you guys with a complaint, we don't want to have to call the news, state report,
won't have
or
to
any of that.
this is what I'm telling you. You won't have to, because it's our property. We're in control of that. That's not
all
the
I had to
case
say.
today.
Thank you, sir.
You bet. That's not the case in the current situation. We don't own that property. And we can only apply the laws that apply to that parcel. I know everybody, you know, I get people who complain and say, you know, why don't you fix 15, you know, West Henrietta Road and East Henrietta Road? Because I can't. It's not in my jurisdiction. You know, we have to follow the rules. We have to follow the rules of law. And unfortunately, some of those same protections that you want to enjoy, because you certainly wouldn't want us to come and say, you know what, your mom can't live there anymore. We're going to make this industrial, kick her out. Well, we can't do that because she has property rights, right? Those same protections that protect everybody with property rights, there's sometimes that those protections are inconvenient. And I get it. I really do. I know there's a lot of people who think I'm some dictator. Far from it. Okay. That's usually on the social media. We have to follow the laws. Now, like I said, one of the reasons we're excited about using this site is because it is our site. And so we do have more control. And I will say, again, as Robert has stated multiple times, they want to do this properly. And so they're very excited because this does give them the opportunity. The current site is not good, and it has a lot of problems. And, you know, they could they have, in addition to have a better site, could they have built a better setup? Absolutely. And so all the stuff that they've learned, plus all the stuff that these experts learned, that's what we've been doing for the past 2 months, is putting this thing together to come in here. And like I said, we got far enough along. We had to get approval for the CET. We had to get him on board. We brought in the DEC folks. We had the wetland folks there. There were 4 or 5 folks from the DEC, and that was just on the one site visit alone. We've had people coming in from the DEC from across the state. So we really are working hard on this. You know, one of the things I will tell you, I'm frustrated coming from business. Government takes forever to do anything. We had an individual who was struck by a boxcar, nearly killed, walking on East Henrietta Road. That was my very first year in office, 2018. We got East River Road, thank you. We were able to get funding that fall from Assembly Member Bronson and Senator Gallivan. It didn't get approved by DASNY until December of 2021, and then it took another year and a half for it to clear the final hurdle to where the funds are actually allocated. The sidewalk's now finally being built. It's ridiculous how slow government moves. Unfortunately, the system is built that way, to be honest. It frustrates me at times. I try to move stuff far faster than the system really allows. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. If it involves state agencies, it's a lot more problematic because we have zero authority over state agencies. That's why, like, I would love to have our highway crews fix East and West Henrietta roads. Would love it. I'd just be happy if we could fill the potholes. They won't let us. We do that for the county roads. We also do resurfacing for the county roads. State won't let us. So like I said, I get all this stuff. I understand it. We are working on it. The big difference here is if you look at the projects on our property, those happen a lot faster, right? We put in a proposal for the spray park on the ballot referendum. It passed. Our plan is to have a spray park open this summer because that's all on our property. It's all under our control. It's when these other agencies get involved that stuff really slows down, especially when it's a state agency. So would I have loved to have last fall had Robert on this new site? Absolutely. That's not how it works, unfortunately. So anyway, I'll get off my soapbox. Someone, any other comments? Come on up.
Mr. Hirsch again, why won't the state let you fix those, unless of course they're state roads? That would be the answer.
They are state roads. East
That's-
and West Henrietta roads are state roads.
Even though they're in Henrietta,
Even though they're in
which I get,
Henrietta.
they have the jurisdiction. Okay.
Correct. Any other questions, comments? Come on up.
Hi, I'm Patty's second son, James Nealon. But anyway, I was wondering, like, you guys said, Green Giants at the one, like, retirement
Yep.
community or whatever the hell it is. But anyway, is it possible to put anything like that on top of that berm?
Yes
Because
and
I
no. We're actually
just,
good.
uh,
Oh, go ahead.
Like, because today I was like looking over there and I saw him digging away at the berm.
Yeah, there's a reason. That berm is made out of millings. No plant would grow in it. So I've asked them to remove the millings and replace it with topsoil, or not topsoil, earth. What am I looking for?
Compost?
Dirt, soil, whatever. So that we will be able to plant a vegetative screen across the top of that. That's in the plans.
Oh,
In fact,
okay.
we're probably gonna put a double row.
Yeah, because it would be great.
Because that
to
would
have
also help
that-
from sound too. Yeah,
Yeah, because you can see everything over there for the second floor window of the
right.
house.
Yep.
I mean, like everything.
Yeah, and we've taken that into account in our site plan too. We recognize that not everyone that drives down that road or lives right there wants to be able to look into the compost side.
Yeah.
So properly landscaping it is gonna be an important aspect
Right.
of what we do long-term there.
And the other thing we're doing is, so for instance, typically in the plans we're looking at, there's gonna be, you know, probably like a CMU wall. The cinder block is what most people think of. So that the idea is that will be screened, it'll be open towards the wetlands, but that way the equipment will come around from the backside, be able to pick it up and scoop it in that way, but it'll also screen it from the roads and from the adjoining properties. So that the two, and they're not really adjoining, that larger parcel surrounds both houses.
Yeah.
But, you know, but again, both yours and the one to the north can look over, especially the one in the north, because they're really the top of the hill. We're pretty damn close to the top of the hill, but they're the actual top of the hill.
Yeah, and another question I had for that, like, blacktop area, and basically the backyard, that's probably under 200 feet from the house. Is there any way to put any kind of barrier so we can't see that anymore?
I'm
Like
not
back
sure
there,
which one you're
it's where
talking
they
about.
Put all the pipes and stuff behind, 556 Middle Road.
So the new site you're talking about?
Yeah, that newly paved road that runs, all behind the houses down there.
Yeah, so as I said to someone earlier, and if you want to send me an email and to be the point of contact on that, the original plan was by my predecessor was that was going to be another fill site.
Yeah.
And so they were working towards that. And then basically we have a weekly engineering meeting with the folks from the DPW and the engineering staff. And we looked at it and said, this does not make sense to continue with that plan. And so we've been doing it storage, but can we do something, we don't need the area that they had originally cleared. So I don't think, but I can't promise that, but we can certainly look to do screening. Yes.
Okay,
Hold up. I didn't catch your name. What's your name?
James Nealon,
And do you professionally dance?
from time to time.
Let me
yeah.
see your dance again.
Oh, I don't want to fall off any poles.
Anyone else? Okay, then I'm going to close this session of the special use permit application number 2024-005, but we are going to hold the public hearing open till next week. Oh, yeah. Okay, hold on. Mike pointed out, before I do that, we do have some comments from Jim Sorrentino. They're mostly with regards to the RFP. He's complaining that we wrote it, that it wasn't reviewed by an environmental engineer or someone familiar with New York State DEC regulations. He's right. Because DEC regulations apply no matter what we write in it. So I didn't want to try to put in stuff and be incorrect for the RFP. I just basically said, this is what we were looking for. There is no estimate of the composting capacity on Martin Road site. I assume he meant Middle Road. No, because staffing of the facility. So I don't know what he's talking about on that one. There is no composting site on Martin Road. And we didn't have a composting capacity at the time we put out the RFP because we hadn't met with the DEC yet. So they're the ones who came up with that and working with Robert. So, restricted waste, we didn't put that in there because again, some of that, he's talking about whether there's no reference to restricted waste for composting. Again, depending on the type of composting, you can have different components and they go through and pull out all the composting. Charge. He says that it's unusual that the town will not charge the compost, or landscapers, trees, companies, anything to dump or process the waste is very unusual. As I've said before, essentially we are charging them rent. The rent is free use, free participation in the composting for town residents. To us, that was much more important, beneficial to our residents than us getting a rent for the property. As far as us doing the comment about the not charging for commercial landscapers, tree companies, again, I don't know that today we don't allow that. If we need additional material, we will take that in. If we're able to take it in and charge something for it, we will. That will depend on, but the point is, if we basically say, here's what we're going to charge, they say, well, we're not going to drop our stuff. That's not acceptable. Are they going to know and potentially play that against us? Sure, but that gets into negotiations. Obviously, if we can get money from the commercial operations, we will. That's not, he said the town has not required the processed compost to be reserved for use by the town. That's not true. Again, any town resident that participates gets the compost. And in it, we also talked about the potential of using some of the compost for the community farms that the town is starting. So I just it was sent by email. I just wanted to put it in on the record. So anyway, now, unless there's any further comments, I'm going to close this session of the public hearing. And finally, we have the public hearing. It's kind of interrelated for the rezone. If there's anyone who has questions about the rezone that didn't, again, any of the residents who live on Middle Road who want to talk about the pluses and minuses of rezone, my office is open. Call or email and schedule, and we'll get you in there, because that's totally up to you. It does not affect the town one way or the other, but if we can help you, we want to.
Great job, Steve.
Any comments for the, let me start over. Finally, we have these public hearing for the proposed local law to amend the official zoning map of the town of Henrietta to rezone approximately 127 acres of land located on the east side of Middle Road and north of New York State Interstate I-90 from residential R115 to industrial. Again, we will not be taking action, but is there anyone who has any comments on this? Thank you. Take care.
Steve, just to reconfirm, there's nobody interested in this land for industrial use right now, and
No.
pretty much,
It's
pretty
not,
much useless.
it's
for-
useless,
Yeah.
other than, like I said, they never bothered to rezone it, even though it was being used industrial, because it was only being used by the town. The instant we go to this public-private partnership, it gets kind of gray. And rather than be gray, I wanted to be outright. Now, did we need to do the area in between, if we only did the compost site, to me, that would be more akin to spot zoning. Like I said, all the land to the north, the land to the west, and the land to the east is industrial. It just made sense to fill in the gap.
Steve, can I make a suggestion to consider possibly putting in the record the amount of time the people on Middle Road may have now to decide whether they want to opt in or opt out?
Yeah, so we would need so that gets into the question, Dan, would the change of the, if one of the properties switches from opting out to opting in, would that be considered a material change and require us to re-advertise?
No, I don't think in this instance that it would. I'm not sure exactly how it was advertised in the first instance.
We specifically advertised that these are the ones that are in, and these are the ones that could either be in or out. So that way someone couldn't say, oh, if I'd have known that was going to be in, I'd have gone. Or if I'd known that was going to be out, I would have gone. So
Yeah, I don't think that is a change that would require re-advertisement. What is required is that the local law is on the desk of the council members 7 days prior to their vote on it.
right. So that would basically mean then it would be the Monday. So let's see, 17th, 15th, Monday, April 8th. Is that right? Yeah, Mondays, the eclipse is on a Monday, right? Yeah. So they have through the day of the eclipse. So we'll actually push that to Tuesday. Because that still gives you 7 days. We'll push it to the 9th since the 8th we're closing early, but yep. Okay, so Tuesday, April 9th, we need to know one way or the other. And by the way, the default action, if we don't hear, the default action is they're not in. For the county and the school district, the default action was they're in, but they've already responded, so. They saw no reason not to be included. Again, those two properties, the northern portion already were industrial. It was just the southern portion wasn't. Okay, any other questions, comments? Then I'm going to close this section of the proposed, public hearing for the proposed local law to amend the zoning map. Again, the public hearing will be held open for the April 17th meeting. And with that, we can get to resolutions. Can I get my first non-special use permit related resolution?
Supervisor, I have resolution number 7-120/2024 to approve and or ratify the following agreements.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, please call the roll.
Councilmember Page,
Aye.
Councilmember Belanca,
Aye.
Councilmember Barley,
Aye.
Councilmember Stafford,
Aye.
Supervisor Schultz.
Aye.
Mr. Supervisor and fellow board members, I have resolution 7-121, 2024. To authorize bills payable and any associated contracts or agreements for March 13th, 2024 through today, March 27th, 2024.
Second.
Any discussion? Linda, I assume the big, was most of the big payments, was that court related or was there some other large? You might have said.
Yes, they were pay apps for the court.
Okay, thank you. Any further comments or questions? Hearing and seeing none, please call the roll.
Councilmember Page,
Aye.
Councilmember Belanca,
Aye.
Councilmember Barley,
Aye.
Councilmember Stafford,
Aye.
Supervisor Schultz.
Aye.
Supervisor Schultz and fellow board members, I have resolution 7-122, 2014 to authorize extension of special use permit numbers 2022-08/11 to apply split zoning to the parcel such that the parcel can be utilized for commercial B2 purposes and to allow the construction of an apartment building known as South Ridge Landing.
Seconded.
So, I'll note it's 2024.
Did I say 20? Well,
2014.
I said 2014?
You only off 10.
We're back in time. It's been
Really?
a long night.
Wow.
I will note that, just to be clear, the way, that parcel split zoning, for those who don't know split zoning, the parcel is in two different zoning districts. If the majority is in the one, you can use the whole parcel. You just have to declare it through a special use permit, and we have to agree to it. It just makes it simpler than trying to redraw the zoning districts, because as parcels have changed, some are now part in and part out, so. And I'll note that, so this is the one that is the, rent subsidized for working families. And they, did get approval. They're in the state budget. So, but obviously, again, the state takes forever, so they need to extend their permits again. Any other questions? Hearing and seeing none, please call the roll.
Councilmember Page,
Aye.
Councilmember Belanca,
Aye.
Councilmember Barley,
Aye.
Councilmember Stafford,
Aye.
Supervisor Schultz.
All right.
Mr. Supervisor and fellow board members, I have resolution number 7-123, 2024 to establish extension number 227 for 1740 through 1812 Lehigh Station Road and 1850 through 1928 Lehigh Station Road to the Henrietta Sewer District number 1.
Second. So we had the public hearing on this earlier. Are there any further questions, comments? Hearing and seeing none, please call the roll.
I'm just going to take one quick second to show this really nice map that Luke put together.
Okay.
Hang on really quick. I just want to show it.
Had that up during this public hearing, but
It went so fast.
I know.
I wasn't able to move that fast, but
Gotcha.
this is the map that Luke put together for the
So
presentation.
the three houses in the middle of the two blue areas, those were part of phase one. Those were the simple gravity feed ones. There were a couple residents there who had failing septic systems, so we prioritized and got that done quickly. And then the second phase on the east, some of it's gravity fed. On the west, it actually flows west into a sump pump, which then pumps it back up to the gravity feed. Part of the thing that delayed this phase was coming to an agreement to obtain the land for the pump station. So fortunately, one of the residents involved is very interested in that, going from septic to sewer. So he was willing to give us a piece of land and I say give us, we're gonna pay fair market value for it,
Mhm.
but. So,
Great. Long overdue, and I know when I've been to see those people over there, they were back when we first started talking about it, very appreciative.
yep. Any further questions or comments? Hearing and seeing none, please call the roll.
Councilmember Page,
Aye.
Councilmember Blanca,
Aye.
Councilmember Barley,
Aye.
Councilmember Stafford,
Aye.
Supervisor Schultz.
Aye. Fellow board members, I have resolution 7-124, 2024 to accept the dedication of a sanitary pump station for Lehigh mixed-use apartments.
Second.
Not a whole lot new here, other than they finished the pump station and to working order, completed the punch list, so we're ready to take ownership.
Good.
Any further questions, comments? Hearing and seeing none, please call the roll.
Councilmember Page,
Aye.
Councilmember Blanca,
Aye.
Councilmember Barley,
Aye.
Councilmember Stafford,
Aye.
Supervisor Schultz.
Aye.
Mr. Supervisor and fellow board members, I have resolution number 7-125/2024 to award the winning RFP response for the operation of the compost site on town property to Impact Earth.
Second.
This is probably where I should have read his comments because they were more akin to this, but, you know, as I said, when we put this together, we wanted to leave it open so that we didn't want to tailor it to, Impact Earth because there are different styles of composting. So that's why it was, I will say, devoid of a lot of specifics. But we only got the one response, from Impact Earth, or again, RM Putney and Associates. So, happy about that because it will get them out of that other site faster. So.
And
Any other
once again,
comments,
once
questions?
again, we still have to approve the other site.
Oh, yeah, the other
Right,
stuff still
this
has to
is
go.
not-
This is just, the reason we're awarding this now, because again, we're not paying them anything. The reason we're awarding this now is now they are officially operator, and so they can be part of that full application process with the DEC and.
I just wanted to make sure it was clear for everybody that they didn't think it was approved tonight.
No, this is just authorizing us to enter into an agreement, but again, that doesn't happen until, if you notice the very last thing, contingent upon receiving all necessary permits and approvals to operate. So that includes the rezone, the special use permit, and the approval from the DEC. And a building permit, and let's go, a whole bunch. Any further questions, comments? Hearing and seeing none, please call the roll.
Councilmember Page,
Aye.
Councilmember Blanca,
Aye.
Councilmember Barley,
Aye.
Councilmember Stafford,
Aye.
Supervisor Schultz.
Aye.
Mr. Supervisor and fellow board members, I have resolution 7-126, 2024. To authorize the town to apply the excess unassigned sewer fund balance from calendar year 2023.
Second.
So, we've been very fortunate that we've not had catastrophic failures. As such, our, fund balance above contingency in the sewer department has grown significantly. And so, we're looking at assigning that. One of the things I will note is that you'll note if someone's doing the math, we're not going to the 80% mark. And the reason for that is in talking with the Commissioner of Public Works, he believes that 80% is not enough in the event that we had a truly catastrophic failure, especially with the increased construction costs, material costs, everything else. So later this year, we're going to put together a resolution to update our fund balance policies for sewer and for sanitary sewer and storm sewer to increase those. The range right now is 30 to 80%. 30% is ridiculous. I don't know. That was just the recommended and we went with it. We're going to change that. I'm thinking 75 to 150%. So that we're fully covered in the event of a catastrophic failure, because we have to be able to move quickly. But so two of the things we're doing, So we're putting 500,000, so $500,000 to the project to do the Lehigh Station apartments, and then the other, we put another 400,000 towards projects and expenses in the 2025 sewer budget in an effort to keep sewer rates from rising for residents. So there are a number of slip lining projects that we're gonna have to do, as some of these are starting to deteriorate. We can get a lot more life out of them by doing what's called slip lining. They're currently going through today in camera everything to figure out which ones do and don't need it. The ones that are the most critical, we have 200,000 in this year's budget. We'll do the most critical ones using that funding. And then the rest we're gonna do with the 400,000. But by being able to assign this fund balance, we're hoping that we won't have to raise sewer rates next year. Some of that's cost, it's a very cost dependent budget, but and its only revenue comes from sewer bills. So hopefully that should cover it. Go ahead.
Was it mentioned that we're looking at River Meadow and Quinn Road? That's some of the slip lining we're gonna
Those
do?
are the ones we're doing right now and looking at, and yes, there are some of the sections in that area, as well as the other area is River Meadow. And then some of the older neighborhoods, like between Hollybrook and Castle Road, that's where we're seeing some of the issues. So they've been going through and they're essentially marking them green, yellow, and red.
Okay.
Red we'll probably try to do this year, yellow we'll do next year, green means they don't need to be done. So. Any other questions? Very good. Hearing and seeing none, please call the roll.
Councilmember Page,
Aye.
Councilmember Belanca,
Aye.
Councilmember Barley,
Aye.
Councilmember Stafford,
Aye.
Supervisor Schultz.
Aye.
Supervisor Schultz and fellow board members, I have resolution 7-127, 2024 to authorize the coordinated assessor to apply for the Consolidated Incentive Aid Program for Rush Henrietta CAP, which is.
Seconded.
Any discussion? It's great. Our assessor found this money. It will offset our costs to do the evaluations, especially the ones we do for the businesses. So very excited about this. Saves taxpayer money.
That's good. Very good, Amy.
Hearing and seeing no further comments, please call the roll.
Councilmember Page,
Aye.
Councilmember Belanca,
Aye.
Councilmember Barley,
Aye.
Councilmember Stafford,
Aye.
Supervisor Schultz.
Aye.
Mr. Supervisor and fellow board members, I have resolution number 7-128, 2024 to authorize the tax certiorari settlement with Storemaster Funding XVI LLC, BJADG Henrietta LLC for 3875 West Henrietta Road, 3865 West Henrietta Road, 3855 West Henrietta Road, 3485 West Henrietta Road, 50 Telco Road, and 3817 West Henrietta Road.
Second. So most of these, it's all Bob Johnson in one form or the other. As you'll see, they have different ownership groups, but are interrelated, and that's what all these parcels are. The good news is that our assessor was able to negotiate these to where we're not having to repay any funds. It's only moving forward. And so that's really good because we hate having to give money back.
Right.
And it avoids us going to court.
Yeah. Some of these properties were probably just recently sold because Bob Johnson moving into the area like that. So. Okay. Well, anyway, my question being is, if they were recently sold, is what they're assessed for, what they were sold for?
I don't know, and to be honest,
Amy here?
I don't know if Amy is still on. To be honest, you can ask. I'm not saying that, but it's not like we can change that.
I am here if you want me to answer the question.
Sure, go ahead.
They are not assessed at what they sold for. Their sale prices were deemed not to be a market value price.
Okay, because it was included in the business, or is that the reason why? I mean, they were selling the business and the property together? Is that the reason why it wouldn't be deemed
It-
not market value?
There was a specific need for certain value due to the funding that they were receiving.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions, comments? Hearing and seeing none, please call the roll.
Councilmember Page,
Aye.
Councilmember Belanca,
Aye.
Councilmember Barley,
Aye.
Councilmember Stafford,
Aye.
Supervisor Schultz.
Aye. Fellow board members, I have resolution 7-129 to authorize the tax certiorari settlement for 4700 Henrietta Road LLC, Bob Johnson Buick GMC South LLC for 4700 West Henrietta Road.
Second.
So again, all part of the same group, just different ownership groups. So, any other questions on this one? Hearing and seeing none, please call the roll.
Councilmember Page,
Aye.
Councilmember Belanca,
Aye.
Councilmember Barley,
Aye.
Councilmember Stafford,
Aye.
Supervisor Schultz.
Aye.
Mr. Supervisor and fellow board members, I have resolution number 7-130, 2024 to authorize tax certiorari settlement with 3755 Henrietta Road LLC, BJADA LLC for 3755 West Henrietta Road.
Second.
And this is the last of them. Again, a third ownership group. Any questions, comments? Hearing and seeing none, please call the roll.
Councilmember Page,
Aye.
Councilmember Belanca,
Aye.
Councilmember Barley,
Aye.
Councilmember Stafford,
Aye.
Supervisor Schultz.
Aye.
Mr. Supervisor and fellow board members, I have resolution 7-131, 2024 to authorize the advertisement for bids for natural gas supply.
Second.
So we're going out to get bids for our current ESCO contract is up. So we're gonna go out for bids to see what we can get from pricing. Any questions, comments? Hearing and seeing none, please call the roll.
Councilmember Page,
Aye.
Councilmember Belanca,
Aye.
Councilmember Barley,
Aye.
Councilmember Stafford,
Aye.
Supervisor Schultz.
Aye.
Supervisor Schultz and fellow board members, I have resolution 7-132, 2024 to award the quote from Matthew and Fields Lumber for a custom-made hand railing for ADA ramp at 3286 East Henrietta Road, formerly known as the Good Shepherd Church.
Second.
So if you haven't seen the ramp that our town employees have built, it's worth seeing. They did a fabulous job. Again, the plan is to make that facility fully ADA accessible and use it as essentially both a community theater and a very large cabin, if you will. So it will be available for rental is what the current plans are. But first, we have to get it up to code. Any questions, comments? Hearing and seeing none, please call the roll.
Councilmember Page,
Aye.
Councilmember Belanca,
Aye.
Councilmember Barley,
Aye.
Councilmember Stafford,
Aye.
Supervisor Schultz.
Aye.
Mr. Supervisor and fellow board members, I have resolution number 7-133, 2024 to award the quote from Deary's Gymnastics Supply for one set of quad bars.
Second. So I believe the current quad bars were purchased when I was in college.
That's a long time ago.
That's a long time ago.
Can't believe they're still around.
I know. So they've needed them for a while. We were able to find a good set they had it in the budget and then found a good set that will actually allow more gymnasts to operate, 8 gymnasts at once versus the 3 to 4 that are there today. So it'll be great having the new, especially with how much our program is growing. So any other questions, comments? Hearing and seeing none, please call the roll.
Councilmember Page,
Aye.
Councilmember Belanca,
Aye.
Councilmember Barley,
Aye.
Councilmember Stafford.
Aye.
Supervisor Schultz.
Aye. Fellow board members, I have resolution 7-134, 2024 to declare bleachers no longer meeting regulations as surplus materials.
Second.
So we don't actually have these on our inventory. They're so old. But I still wanted to declare them surplus because they're obviously town property. 2 of them are essentially scrap, the wooden ones. The metal one has some value, just not to us. But the Rush Henrietta Athletic Association, or RHAA, could put them to good use. They will have to add the protective railing to make them meet code, but since we have no use for it and they do, and they provide great recreational baseball activities in town, where the plan is to donate the one that, again, still has use to them. We're going to donate it to RHAA.
That's a good use of that. All my kids went through the program. Great program.
Yep. Any questions, comments? Hearing and seeing none, please call the roll.
Councilmember Page,
Aye.
Councilmember Belanca,
Aye.
Councilmember Barley,
Aye.
Councilmember Stafford.
Aye.
Supervisor Schultz.
Aye.
Mr. Supervisor and fellow board members, I have resolution 7-135, 2024 to declare items surplus materials from the highway department.
Second.
So this is one of those frustrating ones with other governments. When the county was switching over to the new radio system, we talked to them, it would be beneficial for our town crews in the event of a major emergency to be able to communicate. So we bought radios that had the dual band. Afterwards, the county informed anyone who has that radio would have to pay this really high rate if we turned them on. Since I've been here, we've had one event where we've had to communicate. So what if, in fact, we're doing, the second one is coming up on the 8th. What we're doing instead is we're going to put Deputy Town Supervisor Eckert into B zone with one of our radios so that they'll be able to communicate. It's a lot cheaper than what we're paying for, what we'd be paying for these. With that said, the Henrietta Fire District does use these radios and they need new ones. So we worked out a deal with them that they're going to buy our old ones. It's hard to call them used because they weren't turned on, but so it will save the Henrietta Fire District money, which of course saves our taxpayers money. So
Very good.
it was a good resolution to something that really frustrated me because I wish they would have told us about that fee beforehand. We tried to get them to negotiate a rate that said, look, we hardly ever turn these on.
Right.
And they wouldn't come up with something. So
And that was a usage fee.
that was just to have it on. It was essentially a network fee. Well, to pay for the backbone of the network. So I get it for people who use it all the time, but like I said, we use it once every other year. It didn't make sense.
I'm not so sure that when that program started, we were mandated to get those radios. I don't think it was optional.
There
Because the
was,
school district got them and.
yeah, you might be right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Any other questions, comments? Hearing and seeing none, please call the roll.
Councilmember Page,
Aye.
Councilmember Belanca,
Aye.
Councilmember Barley,
Aye.
Councilmember Stafford,
Aye.
Supervisor Schultz.
Aye.
Mr. Supervisor and fellow board members, I have resolution 7-136, 2024. Whereas the Monroe County historians have donated $50 to the Henrietta Public Library for the acquisition of print materials in memory of former town of Henrietta historian Helen Elam, and whereas a check in the amount of $50 received by the library director. Therefore, be it resolved that the Henrietta Town Board acknowledges this donation and thanks Monroe County historians for their generosity.
Second.
So, Helen did phenomenal work in the town, setting up the town historian office and, you know, laid the groundwork for a lot of the work that, Tina continues to this date. So it's really nice that, they're doing this in recognition of Helen Elam. So, if you didn't see it, we put working with Tina, we put a recognition in for not this, the newsletter that just went out, but the previous newsletter.
Oh, okay.
So. Any other comments, questions? Hearing and seeing none, please call the roll.
Councilmember Page,
Aye.
Councilmember Belanca,
Aye.
Councilmember Barley,
Aye.
Councilmember Stafford,
Aye.
Supervisor Schultz.
Aye.
Supervisor Schultz and fellow board members, I have resolution 7-137, 2024, to approve the 2024-2025 insurance proposals as negotiated by one group on behalf of the town.
Seconded.
So one of the biggest increases was for the property insurance because we have replacement costs on our buildings and building costs, construction costs have gone up by double-digit percentages. So otherwise we did pretty good, but that one hit hard.
That is one heck of a proposal. We own a lot of property,
We do.
a lot of stuff. Man, it's involved and detailed.
Any other questions, comments? Hearing and seeing none, please call the roll.
Councilmember Page,
Aye.
Councilmember Belanca,
Aye.
Councilmember Barley,
Aye.
Councilmember Stafford,
Aye.
Supervisor Schultz.
Aye.
Mr. Supervisor and fellow board members, I have resolution number 7-138, 2024, to approve the revised Recreation Center 2024 wage scale for part-time and seasonal employees.
Second. So as noted at the meeting with the school district, we had like them, the wage scales had to be adjusted for bus drivers. Bus drivers are very difficult to get right now. Fortunately, we don't have as many bus drivers as they do. So it was a marginal effect on us, but big effect on the school district. So any further comments or questions? Hearing and seeing none, please call the roll.
Councilmember Page,
Aye.
Councilmember Belanca,
Aye.
Councilmember Barley,
Aye.
Councilmember Stafford,
Aye.
Supervisor Schultz.
Aye. Fellow board members, I have the final resolution of the night, resolution 7-139, 2024, hire personnel and make the attached change.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, please call the roll.
Councilmember Page,
Aye.
Councilmember Belanca,
Aye.
Councilmember Barley,
Aye.
Councilmember Stafford,
Aye.
Supervisor Schultz.
Aye. And with that, the meeting's adjourned. Just kidding.
I hope so. Listen, I am exhausted, so
Okay.
for everybody's benefit, try to make this as concise and as brief as possible.
Please do.
I plan on it, so long as I'm not interrupted and I lose my train of thought. Okay, so Mr. Schultz has several times repeated dealing with the other thing about the compost, about they have to follow rules, the law, there are certain things you can't do. That's been admitted. He even made the statement that I'm a mathematician, I should know certain things, provided I have the numbers, which is true, as long as I have the numbers. So with that being said, I am not going to do a rehash of everything that occurred in 2022 and 2023. The damage there has been done. That's already being litigated. They've hired attorneys.
Segala and Goldberg and Segala. Mr. Bernstein is now the attorney that has taken over. Mr. Martinez is no longer with them. They have moved to Albany, okay, or I have a Rochester office, but Mr. Bernstein doesn't work out of that office. I spoke with Mr. Bernstein this morning. I have an email. I spoke with him. So he is looking into certain things. So putting that aside, let's deal with 2024. And that is what I'm here to address tonight. It has been brought to my attention, okay, through FOIL requests, which you have in your documents, right? And I believe basically it's attachments 2A through 2D. And those are the FOIL requests that went in this year, just not too long ago. Those FOIL requests had requested because I had a conversation over the phone with Amy Jorstad instead of meeting in person, which she would rather do it over the phone, which is fine. That was about a couple of weeks ago, 3 weeks ago. I don't have the exact date in front of me. And in that conversation, she brought up a point. She wanted to know what I expect the level of assessment to be this year, and that sort of thing. And she said it kind of sarcastically, but in response to that, I've started to prepare a complete full data analysis and report over 9 years of the last 9 years. Now, keep in mind, we didn't live here prior to 9 years ago. I only have 9 years of data. I'm limited by the 9 years that I have for both the school taxes and the property taxes together. I have tax bills for each one for all 9 years. I also have the assessment increase notices that were sent over the last 9 years. Okay, now keep in mind that's 9 years. Okay, now the idea is that if you look at your data table that is included in that packet, which I believe is exhibit attachment number 6, that has basically in data in table form, the property taxes, the school taxes in separate columns for each year with the current level of assessment for that year. Okay, for that current year. If you look at the end column, total taxes paid every year, you will see that with the exception possibly within, I believe it was 1 year, one interval, where the assessment did not go up and remain the same, but all of the years, the total taxes went up. Even the property tax went up, even if it was only $4.92. But the point is, it went up. Now, also in the packet is a letter from Client Executive Services from PNC Bank, who is the mortgage lender. Why is this relevant here? Because they hold the escrow account to this, and the taxes are not paid by me. I don't write a separate check. In fact, I don't write any checks at all. I don't write a check for homeowners insurance. I don't write a check for taxes, and I do not write a check for anything else except the mortgage payment.
So it's in your escrow.
Escrow. It's in the escrow. I have to make that clear because not everybody understands this. So it's in the escrow. And what they do is that they pay out the taxes from the escrow. Now, here's the problem. The property tax bill comes out January 1st of the following year for the prior year. The school taxes bill does not come out until September 1st, right? In September for the current year. They do an escrow analysis in July, which the bank regulations require them to do by law. But you see, when they do their escrow analysis in July, when they do that, that is not for the property taxes for January. They base that off of the property taxes for the prior year. Okay, and I've already yelled at the bank and we are constantly on the phone, okay, dealing with that mess. Regardless of that, the point being is that as a result of this, it has created, if you read the letter that the person who wrote that, and I redacted it for a reason, okay, that the escrow account has a shortage. Now, every time this has happened, there has been a shortage in the escrow account, regardless of whether the assessment affects the taxes or not, which it does, because that is a myth, because it does. It clearly shows that. There's no question. This information comes right off of the tax bill. These are the taxes paid. You can shake your head, but every time it goes up, we pay more in taxes. That's right off the tax bills. You can say, look, I'm not done, please. Let me finish. Just please let me finish. You can disagree. We can agree to disagree. But the facts speak for themselves. But regardless of whether you agree or not, whether that it affects the taxes, the escrow account is short. That
has to be made up. Okay, and we have to pay that out of our pocket to make it up every time this happens. Now, when I request data to show where the information is and how it was done, which is not by any law that you can find exempt according to qualified privilege, qualified immunity, or any other type of solidarity of immunity. There is no such thing as complete 100% immunity for anything. It is not protected. I have a right to know because this is what is going into my tax calculation. Now, let me get back to the original statement that I started with. I foiled this information. The new assessor is here. The old assessor was fired. I have that also on record. I got that. It's in writing. It's in the packet. Well, I foiled it and I got that back.
No assessor was fired.
They were terminated. Is that a better word? Or I terminated? To me,
Basically the employment, that position no longer exists. There is not an assessor for the town of Henrietta anymore.
then what is,
She is the assessor for the coordinated assessment program of the towns of Henrietta and Rush.
well, this was not made clear at all to me by anybody. I mean, Mrs. Jorstad has told me she is the assessor. She didn't use the term coordinated assessor or anything else. Okay, so I'll believe you on that one, because I believe that if that's the case, then it probably is. Okay, but she has not basically made that clear. But regardless of whether she's part of the coordinated assessment program or whatever, I foiled certain information that is crucial that pertains only to our property, nobody else's. That information with the statement that came back was, it doesn't exist. Somehow it isn't there.
What doesn't exist?
The time adjusted sale price, which it has complete bearing on how the taxes are calculated based on the time adjusted sale price. Okay, that information from 2022 and 2023 has been found to automatically have mysteriously disappeared.
It's not mysterious. So just so you understand, what FOIL gets you are records.
They don't have the record.
They don't have the record.
They don't have the record, but that means if the record doesn't exist, then where is it?
That there was never necessarily a record created.
Well, let me put it this way. That's not what Mrs. Jorstad signed. I have a signed statement. It's in your thing. I have a signed statement stating that she can't find it. She cannot locate it.
She cannot find a record that
No.
shows what the time status is. So for instance,
No. I requested, where is it? I wanted to know, why is it that you can't find it? Okay, and
she said because it was done by the previous assessor and there isn't a record in the files.
well, okay, then let me go back to this then. The town board and its officers have a duty that is owed to its citizens that put them in office to see to it that records are preserved, okay, and that they are made available. And you cannot destroy.
They didn't destroy
All right, let me rephrase.
The record was never generated.
Why? She used it. The former assessor used it.
You got to understand, in the software that they use,
I understand that.
right, but it doesn't necessarily generate a record. So she put in numbers. If she didn't print it out or save it or do anything like that, she just did it in the software and never stored.
However, if you go back, I understand that, but if you go back to 2019, when Ms. Jorstad was the assessor, and she was also terminated.
No, she was not.
Well, I have that. I foiled that too.
She was not terminated. She took a job in another town. She was not terminated.
Fine, she took a job in another town, but when I foiled that information back in 2019, the story was completely different than it is now.
Which was?
Which was that she wasn't going to release it even though she had. Now here we are. Listen to what I'm saying here. Here we are basically 2 years later. And now the story is that we can't find it. We don't know where it is. It doesn't exist. Well, you have a duty to produce it. You cannot just let records, for whatever the reason.
There was no record. That's what I'm trying to tell you. It's like you saying, well, where is your
okay, well, but they're supposed to, all right, let me rephrase it. There's supposed to be a record created and there's a duty that is bound to make sure that that record is not only created, but that it's preserved. And that's what's supposed to be done.
Okay.
Can I ask a question?
Where, yeah, can I, before I just, yeah, can you just hold that just for
Yeah,
one
I
second?
got it.
And so therefore, since we don't know whether there was one, you say there wasn't, but you're not the assessor. Mrs. Jorstad looked for it. She can't find it. She doesn't know why. I've submitted a new FOIL request to get that answer. And if I don't get that answer, you'll get an appeal to find out because I want to know. Okay, and I've already basically spoken to the Sheriff's Department, Internal Affairs about this because no, if it's good enough for Donald Trump, look at your last thing, exhibit, attachment number 7. Donald Trump has been brought up on the same thing, falsifying business records. When you falsify a business record.
Wait,
wait,
so
wait a
how do you know it's false? You haven't demonstrated it's false.
Okay, allegedly destroy or tamper, it becomes a felony the minute you try to cover that fact up.
Okay.
And if it's good enough for the president of the United States to be indicted on 38 counts under the same statute, which is 175.25, then it's good enough for the town here.
He is the former.
Former
I'm
president.
sorry, the former,
And
right. the
also,
former.
I believe on those accounts was that was the,
It hasn't been decided, still 38
I
counts.
understand, whatever, but the president has nothing to do with this. The former
No,
president has
no,
nothing to do
the
with it.
case has something to do with it.
But
Case
the
law has
point-
something to do
The
with it.
point being,
Don't say it doesn't have anything to do with it. It's got everything to do with it.
whatever. Keep
It's
going.
not whatever.
Keep going.
Okay?
It is
All
whatever.
right, go ahead,
Keep going.
Mr. Bailey. I mean, I'm sorry, I will answer your
Harley.
question. Barley.
Barley. I just have a question about, just so I understand this. Is it exhibit 5 and the page after that?
I have it right here. I'll look, yes, data table. Is that what you mean?
So, yeah, so does this mean that in 22 to 23, your taxes went down totally?
No, in 23, they went down, and that's another issue I have to address, because when I foiled the reason for why they went down,
Yeah,
which
why
I
did
was
they go down?
surprised, which I was surprised to see, because this has not been the case. That's the only year that they went down, actually. Okay, and that was because the former assessor, okay, after everything that went on at the Board of Assessment Review hearing where the estimates for repairs were given, they were given. Why are you shaking your head that they
But
weren't
that's
given?
not the timeline.
Please, can you please
I
answer my
could-
question?
I will answer the question as to why they went down. The reason they went down is
That's not the reason I got from her.
he submitted the proper evidence. The problem is the year before, he didn't do it in time. He missed the submission time.
No, I didn't. No, I did not. I
He
submitted.
did not.
Wait a minute, I have,
Spent most of it. You asked to not
I
be
wasn't
interrupted.
finished, but I
Let-
wasn't finished.
Stop. Let me talk. Okay? And then when he had his SCAR hearing, he didn't show up for his SCAR hearing.
Because they never told me there wasn't.
Stop interrupting.
You are making up.
Stop
facts.
interrupting.
Those are
You-
not, okay, can I address that?
No,
You're done?
not till I'm
All
done.
right, I'll wait till you're done.
And so because of that, it wasn't that the appeal he made wasn't valid. It's that he didn't make it in time. And those deadlines cannot be extended. It's just like we talked about, that if we hadn't made the purchase of the golf course by the taxable status date, we would have had to pay taxes on the property, even though we are tax exempt. Those deadlines cannot be moved. So he missed it. However, the assessment office still took the stuff in. And so the following year, they had it and they applied it. And
And
that's why it went down the following.
All right,
year.
now let me say something. He's wrong about that because the estimates were submitted on the grievance day, which is the cutoff date that you must submit a grievance. I have the original copy of
So
all
let
the
me ask you
materials.
this. Can you contest in person or by mail?
I did it in person.
Okay.
And you can. And those estimates were given, okay, on the deadline date, which was May 5th. He's wrong about that. They were submitted. I have proof that they were submitted. There's an affidavit of service to show they were submitted. It was time stamped.
Then why were you the only person who didn't get approved by the bar? for
Well, why
that
do you
evidence?
think? Because the board there sat there and just rubber stamped the thing and didn't bother to fill in the inventory
You
section.
apparently did not pay attention to the number of,
No, they did not pay attention. I had.
you didn't pay attention to the number of properties that they changed values for. It was a significant
I don't care
percentage.
what they did with everybody else. We didn't get a fair shake from them when we
Whatever.
submitted everything on time. And there's an appraisal that went on in time as
Then
well.
why didn't you go to the SCAR hearing?
Okay, I'm gonna answer that. We filed a SCAR petition. I've got the original of that too. okay, with an affidavit of service. It was served properly. We had 2 SCAR hearing officers that recused themselves, and I have paperwork to show that I requested that for a good reason, and they did. They assigned a 3rd officer, a Mr. Marasco, Paul Marasco. And I didn't hear anything from the time that the last one recused himself to the time that he got assigned, and I never got anything from him in writing or even a phone call on the day of that hearing, and he held the hearing by Zoom. We don't have access to Zoom. How can I show up for a hearing done on Zoom if I don't have Zoom?
Go to the library.
You can't go to the library. And furthermore, we were not notified of a Zoom hearing. I requested a hearing in person. Now, I've already filed a formal complaint with Judge Taylor of the Supreme Court about this. And I've already basically filed a notice of claim with the Attorney General about this. You are not the only ones.
Okay, great.
If you filed your claim, it's going through the court system.
Right.
Well, wait a minute. No, that was from 2022. Nothing's been done yet in 2024.
Nope, nothing. 'Cause
Not as of yet. The
No.
key word is as of yet.
I do have a
the
question.
process isn't even.
I didn't finish with my question.
What was your question, Mr. Bailey? I'm sorry,
Last
Mr.
question is, you keep calling me Bailey.
I'm sorry. I don't know why I keep
It's
doing that.
Barley.
Barley, sorry.
Were you pleased with the reduction in your taxes from that year?
Right,
to
yes, now
23?
that was what the next thing I was going to address. You see, yeah, that's okay, but except for one thing, I don't know what the reduction actually addresses in terms of the repairs. Because I didn't get a list of this is because there are other repairs that now are needed that were not reported because at that time, I just couldn't get estimates in time. There was too much going on, too much to have to do, too much to have to get done in a very short time frame. Okay, and that is why. But now this year, I'm more prepared. Okay, I have estimates for the driveway, estimate for the tree that's got to be removed before the driveway can go in, because you can't put the driveway in until the tree's removed. Okay, there's an estimate coming for the other side of the house, the subroof, and then a new estimate for the roof, because I already know Mr. Schultz will make an issue if I give an estimate from 2023 for 2024, since building materials and
Mr.
construction
Schultz-
costs and everything has gone up.
Mr. Schultz will make no such issue because I'm not involved in that assessment.
All right, well, then whoever it is might make an issue of it.
Well, it's probably to your benefit to get an
updated, and I'm,
It probably costs more money to do a roof now anyway.
Right, it does. I mean, there's no question about that. Now, with regards basically to the rest of this, okay, yeah, I mean, the records, there needs to be an investigation done to find out why there wasn't a record created, number one, because they're supposed to. If they're using it to compute taxes, I have a right to know how that was done. And by the way, this is not the first time that this has been requested. This has been requested over and over and over again for more than 4 years running. Back in 2019, according to the pack, you got attachments 2A through 2D. It was requested more than once. It was requested again in 2022. It was requested again this year, for last year and the prior year, and even last year's record was not created. I have a legal right to know what the time-adjusted sale price is, considering that that is one of the key pieces of information that is being used, okay, to calculate how the taxes are assessed. And I have every right to know that. And if you look at the last exhibit that you've got, I think attachment 7, it defines what a personal injury case is, so there can be no dispute there. And just for the record, this is a personal injury case, and I don't think it's funny.
You suing me for doing math on a
I'm
state
not suing
formula?
you, I'm suing the town. Get it right. You're an individual.
You named me in a notice of claim for doing math on a state formula without a degree in mathematics. You can't tell me that's not funny.
It's not, because you're trying to prove formulas on an overhead projector without giving me a chance to review what you did. At least I stand by my.
That's something you can sue.
Don't raise your voice. There's no need for you to get mad.
I think you're doing.
I'm not.
Of course there's reason for me to get
Like
mad.
normal right
Okay,
here.
I'm done. Anything else?
Yes, there is some other things. Yes.
For this is you being brief, I sure as hell would hate to see you not be brief. Go ahead.
Well, maybe if the data,
Just go.
if the data would be provided, if they would provide the data, which is what we're asking for, which we have a right to know, this whole thing could have
Said
been
that
settled.
multiple times. Go. What else? You said you had something else.
Okay, and then because of what happened at the 2022 Board of Assessment Review hearing, a demand notice, okay, was served on the town, on your attorney, on the individuals, two in particular, to step down. They should not be sitting on any further reviews on our tax assessments because of the blatant disregard for sections of the law that apply, not giving written explanation on the decision. You have a copy of that as well. There was no written explanation. The subsection 712 requires one. It was not done. Okay. And there was a whole realm of evidence that was presented. I have the whole thing on tape, and I got the official copy of the tape from the clerk, and they both match. And it clearly states all of the evidence. So to say there was no supporting evidence, which is the box that's checked, that is completely ridiculous. That's why the repairs were not taken into account. The appraisal that we had done, we had a separate appraiser come out. We had that done. That was not considered. And then to carry it further, even though Mr. Schultz and the town board have nothing to do with it, the state Supreme Court officer that was appointed did the same thing. Ignored the evidence, didn't even give me the chance to present evidence, submit materials. I witness subpoenas that I filled out that went with it. He ignored that. And that's why now that is going as well in the same direction. And so what I am saying to you here is that at the very least, there should be an investigation done to find out why there was no record created. Why is it that it was either not there or wherever it is? Okay, because it is a duty-bound obligation to preserve public information when taxes are being calculated. And that is been the problem all along, is the lack of data that has not been produced. And by the way, at the 2022 hearing, the assessor at that time produced not one single piece of data. And she was asked, and she didn't produce a thing. I had it foiled and refoiled, nothing. Nothing. This is taxation without representation and without documentation. And under a personal injury claim, Mr. Mascarelli can look that up. He knows. I'm pretty sure he does. Okay, I'm pretty sure he does.
Too. But otherwise, okay, we'll take that under advisement. Thank you very much. Is there any
Thanks for sharing.
board reports?
I just want to suggest that you go through everything
Mhm.
because you're going to get a full report on this in a couple of weeks.
Great.
All right. Thanks.
Anybody want to add anything from a board report?
Yeah, quite a bit going on at the library next week since students are off at school. Currently, right now, early voting is going on at the library until March 30th, and then there's something scheduled every day. Saturday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday next week while the kids are off. There is a make and take Eclipse viewer event. There is Fiction Fund for young writers. There's an African drumming group that's coming in. There's a harp concert, create your own video using AI. Check out hpl.org for a good rundown of what they're doing. And it'll be starting right before our next meeting, the RH Secondary Art Show featuring artwork from our 7th to 12th grade students opens at the library on April 16th.
Anyone else?
I'll reserve mine for the next meeting.
So again,
I'll make mine quick.
okay, go ahead.
Oh,
No. I was just gonna say that, again, town newsletters did go out. If you haven't seen one, keep an eye out for them.
Got it today. I
Uh,
got mine today also.
Mine, I'll just make mine quick too, it's late. For the Henrietta Fire District, back on the 12th of March, they were presented, a gentleman by the name of Michael Fries came in from the National Weather Service, presented them with, were presented with a certificate for their storm readiness preparation. They were the only two other places that have that certification is the city of Rochester and Monroe County. So that was kind of a big deal. I thought. So if there's any bad storms, we're
That's good to know.
We're good to go, Lee. Can report everything.
Sounds good.
Thank you.
Thank you. Then can I get a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Seconded.
Hearing no